Oh my gosh, hello! Thank you for the raid, Nick. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was double checking something like super quick. Let me get this going. Hi, hello! How was your stream, Nick? I was like lurking. Hello, Infernal. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Duo. How is everyone doing? Turn this up. Hello, Panic at the Techno. Oh, thank you. Hello, GD. Hi, Amy. How are we all doing? How's Steph? Steph, good. How are you guys?
Thank you.
Duo, thank you so much for giving a sub to Nick. Oh my gosh. How are we doing? That is Howdy. Oh, howdy, Plume. How are you?
Got a selection of good things on sale,
thank you so much for
stranger.
hosting. Okay, let me actually move that over. As you can see, I changed things around a little bit for this. Hey, Tara, hi. Thank you for subscribing for 7 months. Hi, Mariodical. Hello, King Birtle. How we doing, guys? So I don't think I had it before, but I put in some lo-fi music. This is the lo-fi beats, so should be good. My background's so cute. Hey, thanks. We had a different background last time. Then I found this one. It's a cozy cabin instead of like a cafe. And I'm sitting here in the middle, and then I changed the chat box so that we could see like the snow and the fire, so that we get extra coziness. Hi, BBH. How are you? I also added some lo-fi music. And also there's crackling fire sounds. How do we feel about the crackling fire? Maybe I could turn it up a little bit more. But we're trying to set like a nice, cozy, comfy mood here. Try turning this up just a little bit. There we go. Time to make some hot cocoa? Yeah, we want to be vibing here. Yeah, no worries. Get your food, get some snacks, get a blanket. I have my blanket always in my lap, especially because it's cold. I have chalky milk with me. This is really good. I recommend, you know, getting some tea or cocoa. Maybe not coffee this late in the day. Like fire crackling sounds. Yeah, it's great. Chalky milk is so good. This is like almond chalky milk, which is like amazing to me. After working, I can have my stream in the background. Yay! It's just like nice and cozy, you know? I had a good weekend, BBH. It was a lot of fun. Hi, Noah! You want one purse update? She's been under the bed all day. Oh, what I can share, here, let me see if I can bring up a picture. So we were watching Die Hard for the movie last night. I can give you this purse update. And, she sat behind me in my chair. You can see there's me and her there. I got up to use the bathroom real quick before the movie, and she sat in my chair, so I sat in front of her, and she stayed there the entire movie. So that's the weekend purse update. But, I think she's, like, under the bed. Because Ray's friend Chris is here, so she's just been kind of, like, napping. But, yeah. She's been a good girl. Mostly. Also kind of stinky, but that's purse. Yes, chocolate milk. Hello, Cat Louise. Food to be enjoyed. Yes, BBH. I met with my good friend who we've seen here in the chat. I don't know if he's here. He's probably busy working. Archong, aka Ryan. He's a homie. I've known him for a couple years now. I think it's been like 3 or 4 years that I've known him. And I haven't seen him since before the pandemic. And he traveled over here, safely visited. So, I had a really late lunch. That was it was kind of like my only meal of the day because we ate a lot of food, but it was really nice seeing him again very safely. You know, we're all vaccinated, everything, ate outdoors, etc. But it was really nice. I traveled to a place that I don't normally go to, had yummy food, and then yesterday had hot pot / KBBQ on my at-home like hot pot thing, and I haven't done that since it was my first time doing it since I moved to my new place, so it was really exciting. Super cool to do it. It was very, very yummy. I was extremely stuffed. And I still want more because that's how it is. But we have a lot of leftover ingredients, so I'm excited for that. Let me see. I have to catch up on chat because I'm kind of saying hello. 12-hour slumber. Too cozy, Infernal. Is this making you sleepy? Sometimes that happens. Hello, Joseph. How are you? You missed the annual Die Hard? Ah, there you are.
21.
Hello, Ryan.
Coors Drinks.
Hell yeah. Thank you for subscribing for 21 months, Ryan. I appreciate it. Woohoo! Thank Thank you to everyone who is lurking. Hello, how's your day? How was your flight back? Hi, Derpy. Happy Mental Health Monday, everyone. Hot Pot sounds very cozy. Yeah. I live in the Bay Area, and there's been a rainstorm that's kind of been blowing through, so it's like peak cozy time. It's still raining like pretty hard today, too. I think it's raining harder today than it was yesterday, so it's just been gray skies. That's why it feels extra cozy today. So get a blanket, get some, I don't know, some type of warm drink. I have cold chocolate milk, so you know. Get some cozy. Oh, no, it's totally fine, Infernal. I understand. It's just like when you feel cozy, comfy, sometimes it's like you just can't help falling asleep. Luke, what is? I gotta say you handsome. Oh, Ryan? It's one of the best Christmas movies of all time. Yeah, we watched Die Hard, and I was like, last year my sleep schedule was so bad, so I fell asleep watching Die Hard, so I was kind of sad about it. But I was finally able to like actually watch Die Hard, and I was like, this movie is such a good movie. I feel like you should watch it. I definitely think I categorize it as a Christmas movie. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. One of the bumpiest takeoffs you've been in? I'm sorry to hear that. It's 100% soup weather. It's totally soup weather. I feel like it probably doesn't help that it's been very, like stormy, rainy here too. That probably didn't contribute to like a smooth takeoff, unfortunately. Oh, you had a couple of interviews today? I mean, that's good. That's progress. Tired from being productive, I think is like a good kind of tired, but now it's time to rest, you know, kick your feet up, figure out like what are you gonna have for dinner. You should make more tea? Hell yeah. Please. Get some nice tea. What type of tea do you guys like? Snow excited for you too? LOL in that cabin window. Yes, this is a green screen background, as you can tell by my arms cutting off. It actually doesn't snow where I am, but like, I mean, it's December. We could just pretend. How are you, Cyber Baby Shark? Picked up all the stuff to make pho tomorrow? I've only had homemade pho like once in my life, but it was good. Thanks for the recommendations. Didn't get it SF. It was great. Yeah, I'm glad. A snowstorm going by in my background? Yeah. OMG? Wait, what's up, GD? Die Hard is definitely the best Christmas movie after Nightmare Before Christmas. And I will cry if anyone says otherwise because who hurt you? Nightmare Before Christmas is also amazing. That drive to SFO was stressful. I'm glad you survived at least. I like we were saying, people in California forgot how to drive with rain. Of course it's a Christmas movie. It's about family and being together and reconciling and all that good shit. Oh yeah. Oh, falling asleep. Yeah, my sleep schedule was just bad last year. It happens. SFO traffic is definitely built different. Well, it's just like really scary because there's so many like diverging lanes and stuff. I've driven to SFO so many times, but it's just like, it's really intimidating if you don't know where you're going. Oh, you got a call from the SF agency earlier? They want to see you. That's good. Of course they do, because you're amazing, right? Rest is always best at the proper times. Of course. I want to sip my chocolate milk. Checks all those boxes, right? Well, then I check myself. Oh my god. A little bit. A little bit bigger. A little bit. I'll bump myself like over here. Yeah. Can't sleep through your work day? I mean, you can. You could. But because you have the ability to do something doesn't necessarily always mean you should. Parasite Eve? Oh, Parasite Eve's a Christmas game? The start of the game until Christmas Eve? It's like how all Yakuza games are Christmas games. Because they all take place around Christmas time. Now you want chocolate milk? If you can, get some. It was mostly the heavy rain and fog. Woof. Stereotype, yeah. 4 rear-ended cars over the 3 days you were there. Yeah, it's nuts. Well, I'm glad that during the time you were here, you avoided, like, you know, any and all accidents at least. It's always the best. The consequences of your actions! I know. They're always there, whether or not you mean for them to be. Hello, my worst enemy. Welcome back. Doing laundry? Okay. I have a pile of laundry on my bed that I need to get to eventually. So I feel it. Thank you for lurking. Thank you guys for the hype train. Alright. Shall we settle into it? I guess so. Today's topic is boundaries. Hooray! We got some eggnog. Eggnog's so good. We had eggnog when we did a Friendsgiving, but I drank it all. So today's topic that I guess we're loosely focusing on, because we could talk about anything here. But the main focus of like what I wanted to talk about today, in case people don't know, are boundaries. You heard foundries? Metalsmithing? Yes. Make more eggnog? I could. I've made eggnog before. Do we all have boundaries? We should all have boundaries. Are we aware of boundaries? Do we know what they are in our life? How to enforce them? Sounds like they should be pushed? Oh, hell nah. That's something that makes me super pissed, is when people like push or disrespect boundaries. Maybe not as much as you should. I think it's something that a lot of people really struggle with. I must really love eggnog. Well, I've made eggnog for like other people before. I love like cooking and baking and making things. But yeah. I also killed the carton because no one else was drinking eggnog, and I just like having a beverage voice. But yeah. The hardest boundaries are the ones you gotta set with your work. Oh yeah. You don't disrespect, but sometimes actively try to find the line. Why is that? I think that definitely when it comes to work, when it comes to things that are like power dynamics, definitely I feel like boundaries can be like super duper hard to enforce. A lot of the time I do feel like they can interact with like work-life balance, because the boundaries of work time and the boundaries of like at-home relaxed time a lot of the time tend to get blurred. Boundaries is a topic that I feel like is also really important to bring up around the holiday time, because I feel like also in terms of like within families, people aren't as necessarily like, it's hard, like people feel like it's more difficult, I think in general terms. People have a hard time enforcing their boundaries when it comes to family because of like guilt tactics, because of power dynamics, similar to like at work. You could always be explicit and ask what the line is, that's true. Oh, in regards to humor, oh, I see. You personally have way less of boundaries than most people you deal with. But your airwaves? What do you mean? I mean, like, people have different boundaries for, like, different sorts of things. I feel like it's a topic that I feel doesn't really get, like, discussed. Because, like, at what point in your life do you, like, actively have a conversation with people, like, about boundaries? For the most part, you know, like, no one teaches you about it in school. Like, it's not like, because these are like sort of like interpersonal skills in a way, and they deal a bit with like introspection and like knowing yourself, and you're the one that has to make that call and like learn about yourself, and through your interactions with people, like the things that you are and aren't comfortable with. But like, you know, there's no class out there that you can take that tells you like, oh, this is what boundaries are, and like this is a boundary. It's like a lot, because like for me it was like, I know for myself, like, I didn't really understand boundaries as, like, a hard concept until my best friend's like, oh, check out these Instagram accounts, and they talk about these things. And I was like, yo, this boundaries talk fucking slaps. This shit's important, you know? You were talking about this with your family this weekend. It's good to have those conversations. I feel like it could be a little bit difficult having those conversations, depending on people. Hold on, I'm gonna turn my... Oh, is this my key light? Oh, I changed my color. I'm turning my light a little bit down. Okay. But yeah, it's having these conversations are good. Always careful to respect other people's boundaries. Yeah, and I feel like it's like, if it isn't something that's like necessarily pointed out to you, I feel like for the most part people default to like, okay, I'm gonna try to respect people, but like the idea of like respecting people's, specifically like people's boundaries and understanding that as a concept, I think is some, you know, it's like a step further than just like respecting people, but like understanding like what boundaries are, why they exist, and to respect them. In therapy, yeah, I feel like also like in therapy, but then the hard thing too is that like when you think about like the population as a whole, then it's like, okay, then all people out of therapy are kind of like, in video game terms, like soft locked out of learning about this topic, which is really, really sad. Oh, typo, no worries. We need mental health, social skills, and financial responsibility taught in grade school. There's like so many things about like academia is something that's completely separate, because academia doesn't exist to teach us about life is like the hard thing too. And I feel like that's something that a lot of people get like mixed up about. Not naming names, but one of your previous bosses basically threatened to withhold a promotion because you don't want to come back to work a day earlier from Thanksgiving vacation. See, that's like fucked up. Because it's like, that's like an abuse of power over you. And it's like a type of manipulation. It's messed up. Try to talk about boundaries when the environment is right. I think it's important to make that call yourself too. You ask either to a friend or even your best friend about what our boundaries be, since we try to understand and help each other out. I think it's good to have those conversations with people that you're close to, especially because boundaries can be kind of like a rough topic. If you have, you know, like with your friends or people that you consider close, I think it can be good to like sit them down and be like, hey, I want to have a conversation about boundaries. Like, you could ask them, like, I'm curious what your boundaries are. I'm trying to figure out what my boundaries are, because it's good, because then you could kind of use them as like a soundboard too. Of course, like if they're in a space where they're, because this can tie into emotional dumping too, where it's like, it's important to also respect their space and time and emotional state, but it's good to have like someone who's close to you and who knows you as like a sounding board to help you figure these things out as well, if you also aren't really sure what your things can be. Someone in this group of friends you met who has this kind of humor you don't really like and don't accept, and all you can do is disassociate and physically walk away and laugh nervously, since you can't make a bunch of noise at this guy while at a friend's bachelor's party. Wait, delete who? Oh, I see. Someone in this group of friends you met has this kind of humor you don't really like and don't accept, and all you can do is dissociate and physically walk away and laugh nervously, since you can't make much noise at this guy while at a friend's bachelor's party. It's always like really difficult when you're in like social situations, like, because like what's hard about like boundary enforcement is that a lot of it ties into like confrontation too, which can be really difficult. But that's why like people who tend to be like people pleasers or like fawn types, etc., like are the people who need boundaries the most, because it's like you're the type of person who doesn't enforce boundaries and doesn't speak up because you'd rather take the discomfort of just like dealing with it instead of speaking up about your feelings. You're having a really hard time figuring out what part of boundaries concept to talk about right now because it's such a complex dynamic. Yeah, it's really tough. There's so much to it, and like there's so much that I feel like can be misinterpreted when it comes to boundaries as well, because when in like a person-to-person dynamic, sometimes if one person's enforcing boundaries, the other person will take that personally, even though technically the base point of a boundary is just to protect yourself, and it has nothing to do with like rejecting another person, but just saying like, I draw the line at this activity and I just don't feel comfortable with that. It's nothing to do with you, but it's just sort of like a signpost of like, hey, this makes me uncomfortable, and if you do this, like, I will leave. Like, that's all it means. It doesn't necessarily mean you're rejecting the person, it's you're rejecting the behavior that is causing it. But some people just can't like, what's the word? Like, they can't dissociate the two, I guess. Like, they conflate the two of them, even though it isn't necessarily the same. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping up with chat. Hello, Rion Y. The thing about boundaries is that everyone is different, so you have to communicate to others what you're comfortable with. Yeah, and I feel like it's a two-way street where it's like, everyone's different, and it's important to communicate with others what you're comfortable with. And I think people should also try their best, like, you know, it's communication is always a two-way street. I think that people should try their best to communicate boundaries, and people should try their best to be, you know, reach out to other people and wonder like what their boundaries are and just like be proactive in that. But you know, it's a two-sided thing. You tell me what's okay and not okay, and you're like, no problem, understood. Yeah, I feel like it's like simple in theory, because it's like, hey, person A says, hey, I'm uncomfortable with like behavior X, Y, and Z. So if these like occur, like, just so you know, I'll remove myself from the situation. Like, setting boundaries can be kind of tough, but that's kind of, you know, the rough idea of it is like, if this occurs, like, I will leave. But like sometimes people just like, it can get more complicated than that. But you know, because again, people tend to take these in person. Hello, Neil deGrasse Taco. Therapy is fantastic. Right now you do it over video, but miss the physical presence of being in their office. I really want to see a therapist, but the hardest thing is like getting the insurance for it, IMO, because it's so expensive. But therapy is important. I really think everyone should go for it if it's within your means. You're talking to cousins this weekend about people pleasing versus boundaries, which can be a fine line. TLDR, surround yourself with people whose boundaries you can respect without changing your own personality / core traits to accommodate. I agree with that very much too. I feel like a lot of it also falls to the idea of like, sometimes you just like, don't there's just some people that you don't get along with, like the way that their perspective and the way that they go about life just sometimes won't gel with your own. And I think that's also something important to consider as well, especially if you tend to be the people pleaser type, because the people pleaser type, I feel, and these are like generalizations, they tend to be people who try to make everyone happy and try to make everyone kind of like them, whether or not, you know, it's like they're trying very hard not to offend. And this is something that I try to do a lot of the time. But it's important to remember that, like, you can't make everyone like you. Not everyone will like you. You don't even like everyone. So you just kind of have to make peace with that and understand that and know that you aren't meant to be friends with everyone. Hello, dear, and welcome in. You don't want to do confrontation at something like someone else's happy place, but the discomfort is so real since the humor is punching down at disabled people. Oh, poor kids in Africa, etc. And the guy calls it dark humor. Some people are like that, where it's like they like to joke about these things, and like they may not necessarily mean anything by it. And they'll, you know, say that like, oh yeah, it's like dark humor. And maybe some people do think that it's like funny, but if it's something that makes you uncomfortable, I do feel like it's difficult because some people are like, like people shouldn't take it so seriously, etc. But I feel like you could say like people shouldn't feel one way or another. But the reality of the situation is that like, if there's people that don't feel comfy about it, like you can try to reason it away however you want, but it won't excuse the fact that you made someone uncomfortable. And I think it's important to own up to that. And just kind of understand, you know, like, and if it's like, if that's the type of humor that they want to make, etc., then I personally think it's best to just go your own, like, separate ways, because it's like, you can never really change how people are. Something important, too, I think to consider is that, like, people's actions and behaviors show you the type of person that they are. So if they're the type of person that makes jokes like that, and that's just kind of who they are, then it's probably, that's not the type of person you want to be around. Would it be possible for you to be, like, I don't know, like, this person is a friend, like, of your friends? Those are kind of, like, hard, too, because it's, like, if friends let that stuff happen, it's just kind of, like, so you're okay with, like, hearing these jokes? It's kind of, like, it's a little odd. But, like, is it possible to have, like, these conversations with your friends who are friends with this person to, like, let them know, like, hey, like, if we're doing an event, like, I don't really feel comfortable around this person because of the type of, like, jokes that they make? Is it possible to, like, if this person's there to, like, let me know so I can make a decision about whether or not I want to go or something like that? You don't feel that being dark humor? People a lot of the time will call stuff like that, like, dark humor because, like, I guess, like, technically it falls within the realm of, like, dark humor, but it's just hard. Some people genuinely think stuff like that is, like, amusing, but there are people that, like, take that stuff a little more seriously and don't feel, like, comfortable with it. I'm not really, like, comfortable with, like, that type of humor. It depends, like, you know, like, everyone has different preferences. I don't feel it is, like, I mean, like, if that's your type of humor, like, sure, that's your thing. I can respect, like, your differences, but, you know, it's the sort of thing where it's, like, I can respect our differences and our different perspectives, but a person being that way doesn't mean you necessarily have to stay in that space if you're uncomfortable with it. Like, especially if you're not comfortable with it, you know? Let me see. Now you've had an incident with a group of friends where one person definitely stepped over the boundaries of another person. Things started to heat up and get quite confrontational. I need to step in and say that shit was totally out of line. You don't even like everyone. That's so true. And I feel like that's something that's really important to remember, is like that you don't like anyone. It's good sometimes when, going back to BBH's comment, when things start getting like really out of hand too, when people start getting really like emotionally reactive, it's hard because it's like, you don't necessarily want to like meddle in affairs that aren't your business. I'm really guilty of that too, as like a people pleaser. I try to fix everyone's problems. But sometimes you do need like a third party to come in and calm stuff down. Sounds like an awkward conversation. Hopefully y'all were able to get on the same page after that talk. Yeah, totally. I'm definitely a people pleaser type, but having been an admin in many places, I'm also the first person to do confrontation. To the point friends think you may be, oh really, the most likely to cause conflict? For the most part, you try to swerve this person's memes and his enjoying them so much, but you can't run away. Oh, when he's your friend's family member? Oh, that is like really tough in that sense. You just feel like it's not funny, which this person would make things so awkward and uncomfortable. We could have had a great time otherwise too. Oh, I see. this is this same dark humor person is also a kind of Asian man who throws out the N-word all the time due to his supposed environment growing up. I feel like stuff like that is just kind of like, with people like that, at least like in my experiences, I feel like they're very like, this is the way I am, you either accept me or don't accept me, and like that's that, where it's like they're not really like open to being like flexible. It's kind of like a take it or leave it, like black and white kind of thing, which I feel like can be really uncomfortable. If it's your friend's family member, is it possible to hang out with like your friend? Yeah, they're very used to being abrasive. And I mean, like, I'm sure there's no way you're the first person they've made, like, uncomfortable, too. And it's like, but you can't ever, like, expect people to change. It's hard. It's just kind of like, you know, and it's like in this situation, you have the option of laying down a boundary of like, okay, like, I love hanging out with you, you know, friend A, but I'm really uncomfortable with your family member, and I would really prefer to just hang out, you know, without them around. And it, like, if you wanted to just let them know, like, I'd much rather not hang out with them, please don't invite me to, like, events with them in the future. But it's hard because then a lot of people tend to be like, okay, well, now you're making me choose. Which is something that I've dealt with a lot. And that's so frustrating, too, because it's like, it should never, like, be, like, about that. It's just, like, a matter of, like, this is how it is. Hold on, let me see. To a degree, they've been kind of buried the hatchet. Since they live overseas, it's been a while since they've been together in person, so, I see, have to see how it goes if we meet up again. I feel like that can be kind of hard. Sometimes time helps. Sometimes it just prolongs something from happening. Quite the mediator when it comes to settling confrontations. I think mediation is like a good skill. You learned over the years to become a better listener. Giving out unsolicited advice helps out nobody, because when a friend comes to you with something, they just want to rant and need an open ear. I feel like when it comes to stuff like that, and this is something that we touched on last time we had done Mental Health Monday, if someone's coming to you for something, I think it's really good. What I recommend people do a lot of the time is ask if they want advice or if they just want to rant. To just, like, get that stuff out of the way. I feel like that, like, never hurts. I feel like it's a question where it's like no one can really be upset, because it's like you're just asking for clarification real quick, because then I feel like then you know exactly how to respond. Like, if they're just ranting, then you could just be there and listen to them, and, like, you know, when they tell you things that are frustrating, you'd be like, oh man, like, I were you, I'd be so pissed. You know, you're validating their emotions, like, oh, I'd be so upset. Versus, like, if they need advice, be like, oh, okay, like, have you tried this? Like, what about this? Everyone's a lot happier when you clear the air and you're both working together on, like, those clear goals. It's definitely super important. Like, that's a really good communication skill. And hello, Jab Drunk, welcome in. On the people pleaser topic, one of the most important things you've learned is being explicit with emotional boundaries. I think that's really good. Being an emotional dumping ground for others is super toxic and detrimental to your own mental health, so communicating that to people in a kind way has helped reassert those boundaries with them. Yeah. I'd mentioned it a little before, but on the topic of emotional dumping, I feel like that is something that's very closely associated with, like, boundaries as well. Because, like, I feel like especially in, like, high school and being a teenager and stuff like that, I feel like a lot of the way that, like, people could bond, etc., is through what's called emotional dumping, which is, like, when person A comes to person B, and it's just like, oh my god, can you believe that this just happened? And they just dump, like the name implies, like, all of this emotional baggage onto person B. Usually something negative or stressful, like, oh my god, I can't stand my family, and they just dump everything that's happening, like, they just rant about it all to person B without any sort of regard to how person B is doing, like, without talking to them, like, beforehand, asking them how they're doing, just generally being inconsiderate, just kind of, like, writing to them and just word vomiting their emotional state. And this is where boundaries can become really important, because if someone does that to you over and over, it takes a mental, emotional toll on you, because, like, you're supposed to be friends, you're not someone's therapist. If you're the people pleaser type of person a lot of the time, you're like, yeah, I'm always here for you to, like, lend an ear, but, like, it does take a toll on you. And it's really important that people, like, are respectful of this, aware of this, and check in to be like, oh, hey, like, I had a really rough day, I was wondering if I could rant to you. That's how you can, like, setting those boundaries of being like, if, you know, person A tells, like, or person B tells person A, like, hey, like, I've been having a rough time lately. I'd appreciate it if before you started ranting to me, you kind of check in with me to see if I'm in a mental, like a good enough mental space to be able to help you sort through your stuff. That's a healthier dynamic. But some people just tend to work and operate with that regard for the other person, which is really frustrating and it's really unhealthy. Because then it's like person A uses person B for that reason and doesn't have any regard for person B's well-being. So be careful about that. Let me catch up. I don't think it's a bad thing to be true to yourself and not try to change another person just to be in each other's good graces. Using an excuse to be inappropriate or to say things that are out of pocket is rather disgusting behavior. Yes. You never like to see your friends hurt each other. That actually makes you sad. Yeah, and I like to think a lot of the time that people don't want to hurt each other. That's why communication is very important and knowing yourself is very important because I'd like to believe most of the time that people don't want to hurt each other. But unfortunately, that isn't always the case. It's never gonna change. You'd avoid this person for the most part. Oh, but with the wedding and a second bachelor party version, party 1.5 version coming up, you're gonna be hanging with him a lot more than you want to. I'm so sorry. I feel like that's definitely a tough situation. Do other people know / feel similar to you that will like know to just hang out on the opposite side? Hello, Night Sky Prince, welcome in. Oh my god, I'm so behind on chat. Okay, let me catch up really quick. Thank you for the raid, Night Sky Prince. I appreciate you. Welcome, everyone. From the perspective, I'm afraid of stuff getting pushed out of chat. From the perspective of the other side, how do you tactfully handle when boundaries have been crossed? I will come to that in a second. A lot of people should hear this and care for this. Find what the boundaries are up front when people are bending or asking for advice, improves dynamics. Yes. Hello, Bread Throne. Welcome in. What if people dump? Okay, hold on. I'm writing down your questions. Let me catch up with chat really quick, and then I'll discuss them more. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi, hello. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Pining Lurker, thank you for the follow. How was your stream? Nice Guy Prince. I think I saw you were playing 14. Have you been playing Endwalker? Okay, let me see. We are having Mental Health Monday, which is a just chatting stream where we talk about mental health and stuff like that. Endwalker's one fucked up video game? Oh my god. I heard that a lot of people really enjoyed it though. I hope you're having a lot of fun playing it. Are the queue times any better this week? Since it's been out for a little bit? I think all these discussions are dependent on the other person being empathetic or at least sympathetic. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of the thing too, is that like, we're assuming that like person A and B are like understanding of each other, being empathetic or at least sympathetic to the point where it's like they're willing to meet you halfway. And it's important to recognize when someone isn't open to those things, because if you're not going to see eye to eye on these things that I feel like are really important, then like Derpy said, like it may very well be a lost cause and cutting ties might be in order, for sure. Yeah, but it's way dark, like darker than FF has been in a long ass time, really. And the queues are still wild, damn. I saw a lot of like memes and stuff like that on Twitter and was like, super like, oh, that's like nuts. But I hadn't seen any more memes, so I wasn't sure if that was like still a crazy thing, but yeah. I've never touched 14, but I do plan on playing it eventually, but I hear that people really enjoyed it. I didn't know that it was so dark though. I didn't really like know anything about Endwalker. But I hope you're enjoying it. You found a Yoo-hoo? Yoo-hoo does count as chocolate milk. That's the yellow carton, and it says Yoo-hoo in blue, right? That's totally chocolate milk. Times getting in are still the same, but if you want it in faster, the morning hours are best shot at it. I see. The groom is a close friend to you and his best friend who organizes all these things. Both know you're like, no. When it comes to this person's actions, behaviors at times, okay. They try to reassure that he's... I feel like that's hard. They try to reassure that he's a really nice person. You see that too, but he says some things that are way out of pocket and they get it. One of them agrees that the humor is way too much and this person is going to be open to change or hold themselves back too much. Yeah. I feel like it's hard. Situations like that are difficult because, you know, people are multifaceted. So he might be like he might behave nicely, but it's like hard because it's like when you're friends with people, you're friends with them because they're nice to you, like, etc. But when they do things like this, I feel like again, it's kind of like you can say whatever you want, but people's actions will always determine for you who they are, you know, like how they behave. I feel like it's kind of tricky. have you contemplated potentially just the idea of like confronting this person and being like, hey, I know that you make a lot of these jokes, but I personally feel uncomfortable about it. Would it be possible for you to tone it down when I'm around and see how they react? I feel like that's kind of like the number one thing. Because do they know that you're uncomfortable with these like jokes and how they behave? But it's hard too because it's like these jokes could be like indicative of the type of person they are. I do agree. A lot of it's like enabling behavior because like essentially what you're doing is you're reasoning away. You're trying to justify, like, oh yeah, they might be like that, but they really are like a nice person, etc. That's like what people don't realize is like a lot of it is kind of like it's because by being their friend and by doing this stuff, you're kind of being like, oh yeah, like they're allowed to make these jokes and I'll still be their friend. Like there's no reason for them to stop. So it's like I don't know if this person necessarily truly realizes how uncomfortable they're making people because everyone around them just kind of enables or ignores the joke and no one's really spoken up to them about it. So I feel like the best way to determine about whether or not they truly are like an actual really nice person, etc., is like if you confront them about it, you know, and kindly be like, hey, it makes me really uncomfortable when you do this, and I was just wondering like if just like when I'm around, if you could be a little mindful and like tone down the jokes, because it's like the reactions to this are either people are gonna be like, oh my god, that's so self-centered of you to try to ask me to change myself, but it's like, on the flip side, it's like you're just being considerate towards other people's feelings, and I feel like if he's a really nice person, if he's truly nice, in my opinion, he's not going to want to be trying to make you uncomfortable on purpose. I feel like if he's really nice, he's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. Like, they are just jokes, it's no big deal, your comfort's more important than me making everyone laugh, you know? If he is genuinely nice. So that's kind of like where it's like the determinant for me about whether or not he could be like a really good, an actual genuinely good person, or if people are really just excusing him away. You think eventually if he keeps doing this, you're gonna have to say something, but probably not in group chat since we're in constant contact with each other every day thanks to a group chat? I see. Everyone seems to enable it, and when you mentioned the anniversary of their friends, they said he wouldn't change even if he's been spoken to about it, as in like they had brought it up to him and he refused to change, or asking someone to change their behavior is different than changing who they are. Yeah, and I think a lot of people get that sort of thing like mixed up when it's like, if people try to say like, oh, this behavior makes me feel uncomfortable, I am going to ask you to put a stop to this behavior, but your behavior doesn't have to be, your behavior isn't who you are, but it shows people like who you are, if that makes sense, you know? So. Hello, Mobuli, thank you for stopping by. And you think they have brought it up to him? Back to empathy, sympathy, we go? Yeah. If the person thinks their needs are more important than everyone else's when it comes to relationships, that's a red flag for you. Yeah. That's how I feel too. It's like, it's so, for the most part, that's like how I operate too, where it's like, because I believe the principle for the most part, like, your feelings are important and valid too, is a thing, but it's like, if someone comes to you saying that you've been hurt, I think it's really important, especially like as I'm getting older, for people to realize that it's like, if you have hurt someone, if you've crossed their boundaries or anything, like, you can tell them you didn't mean to, you can tell them your reasoning, you can tell them your thoughts, your intentions, etc. But telling them everything leading up to the event doesn't change the fact that they're hurt. It doesn't do anything about what had happened already. And the only thing you can do in this situation where someone confronts you about that behavior to let you know, of course depending on that they do it in like a reasonable and like a kind way, and I feel like, you know, if someone's letting you know and they're not like yelling at you for it, I feel like it takes a lot of like courage to do that as well. And I think that it's important to just like, just own up. We're getting older, you know? Just own up to it. Like, if you don't mean it to hurt someone, you know, you can just apologize. There's nothing wrong with apologizing, etc. So, Behavior shows people a lot about them. Yeah, and just like at attempts to like communicate and stuff like that, I feel it's just very like indicative. Hello, Ryan. Welcome in, sir. Taking responsibility for actions? Yeah, like I feel like that's something like from transitioning from like a child to like an adult, I feel like one of the big signs of maturity is just like the ease in which you take responsibility for actions, take responsibility for the way you people feel, whether or not you have the intended impact or not. Like if you hurt someone unintentionally, then I think that's a good opportunity to be like, okay, like I'm really sorry that I made you feel this way. Take responsibility. You made them feel that way, whether you meant to or not. You're sorry, you know, like obviously you didn't mean to, and just ask like, what can I do? Like, what about it? Like, find out like what exactly hurts them about it, and how can you avoid that in the future? I think it's just like, it should hopefully be as straightforward as that. But life isn't that easy, but you know, that's how it should be. In this wedding party group, there's also a black friend here who totally accepts the guys being this way. Yeah, I feel like that's hard. It's making all these shitty off-color jokes, so I guess everyone's just enabling it. It's hard because then it's like, just because this one guy, you know, happens to be okay with it, doesn't necessarily mean it's like saying like, it's okay, I have a black friend, I'm allowed to do this. But that's not how it works. You can't just, life doesn't work that way, you know, it's goofy. It's like, I don't know, I feel like it's like reductive and like, kind of like objectifying. I don't know. I think it's really fucked up when people kind of like operate that way. Like it does. Complicated. Yeah, the whole I have like an ex-friend, therefore I get a pass is just, I think that's fucked up logic. Just went to Costco to order new glasses. Oh, can you still, is your vision okay? Maybe that blobby sentient massive cells on a rock flying through the void of space around a giant fireball can be so complicated. Truly. I think people should be good and kind the way you mentioned, but I guess everyone's not that self-reflective. Yeah, that's the hard thing too, is that I think a lot of it just depends. I feel like it's kind of complicated because it's like, things shouldn't be so difficult, but unfortunately the reality of the situation is that it is. You being a Libra, you always try to weigh your feelings and needs on a scale. One side can't completely outweigh the other. It has to be an equal balance. I think that's a good way to look at it. Because it's also important to factor in your own feelings, you know? Oh, you're nearsighted? Yeah, I'm also nearsighted. I contemplated LASIK for a long time. Okay, let me go back to two questions that were asked that I wasn't able to address since I'm caught up on chat. One question asked, from the perspective of the other side, how do you tactfully handle when boundaries have been crossed? It's in a general sense, assuming that like person A crosses person B's boundaries. If in a situation like, there's so many things that can go into it, but if person B kindly lets person A know, I think a lot of situations are always better if you go into them assuming positive intent. So hopefully it's like entirely an accident. Like it depends on like if the boundaries, yeah, it's hard because context is super important. If the boundaries, like let's say, I feel like a common scenario is that boundaries have been crossed and they weren't explicitly stated before. Maybe person B didn't realize that like a boundary had been crossed in a way, and it's something that they do feel really uncomfortable with but never really explicitly stated. It's like, how do you approach person A tactfully? I feel like it's important to like pull them aside like one-on-one. Never do confrontations. Yeah, intention always matters. I think it's really good to just assume positive intent. And, you know, that's why as much as possible I want to assume nobody wants to actively hurt each other. Hopefully. And hopefully, like, you know, just, I feel like, you know, having a one-on-one conversation is always better. Never have confrontations with an audience watching, you know, do it privately and just kind of let them know, like, hey, I just wanted to talk to you about something. I think it's important to also say, like, it's important, I think, to not do it in an emotional way. Like if you feel really hurt and stung by it, I think it's important to kind of take a second to collect yourself, because you don't want to, you know, like you can't be like screaming and you can't be like crying necessarily. I think it's good to get yourself to a point where you're like okay enough to have a conversation with someone else, and just let them know like, hey, just so you know, like, person, I wanted to talk to you about something, and I wanted to let you know. And I think it's, I don't know, for me, because I'm very, like, people-pleasy kind of, like, person, too, I'm very much, like, I'm not mad and I'm not, like, upset, but I just wanted to let you know, like right now I don't feel like mad or upset, but I just wanted to talk to you about something that happened earlier before, you know, and then probably just describe like, during this situation, I felt uncomfortable when, you know, XYZ happened. And I think in the future, I want to avoid situations where, you know, XYZ happens. Just to let you know, I realize like this is a boundary that I kind of want to set, and I'm just letting you know. I don't hold any ill will, hopefully, towards that. Or, you know, like if you're upset, I feel like then that's like a separate thing. But like if boundaries have been crossed, I think it's important to just, you know, like let that person know. Don't approach them. Like, I think one of the important things too is just don't approach people with the intent of punishing them. Too, because it's like, you can't get mad at people for something they might not know, you know? Too, and I feel like that's something that a lot of people struggle with, because I think, at least in situations that I've been in, there's so many things in communication where like someone is trying to punish another person for something they might not necessarily have known, and I feel like with boundaries it's important to be considerate of that and think that, you know, this is where assuming positive intent is important, where it's like, assume that they did not mean to hurt you and they did so like unintentionally, and just like let them know. It's like, you know, I don't know, if it's like if a kid makes a mistake because they don't know like any better, you know, you're not gonna, screaming at the kid isn't gonna, it's just gonna make them scared and afraid. And I think it's always better to have a positive, healthier floor to communicate on if you just, you know, sit someone down and just kindly have a conversation with them. Yeah, and just like make it open, I guess would be my recommendation, to be like tactful, but just kind of like, I don't remember who would like post it asking that, but yeah, it's just, I would just say like it's important, but it's just like hard because I feel like that's like the best way to like do it, but a lot of it really depends on the emotional maturity of like both parties as well. But, you know, in any sort of conflict, I feel like it's really important to calm down emotionally. I think that's really important. Because I think situations tend to get worse when people are very emotionally charged. Let me see. The guy's also 12 years older than their friend, the groom. The groom's like 31, 32. People who are older always come up with excuses saying they're too old to change. Yeah, I feel like that's always difficult. I don't ever believe that you're ever too old to change. But yeah. Context matters. Intention matters. But in broad strokes, that's my thoughts on that. But yeah, I need to read nonviolent communication. Former friend came at you sideways and said you insulted them but didn't say what. You asked them to elaborate so you could correct yourself, and you haven't spoken since. Yeah, see, in situations like that, I feel like it's kind of like difficult to, because it's like, as much as possible, hopefully we're going through life trying not to insult people, and hopefully we're mindful in case we have insulted people to hopefully approach them later and be like, hey, like, I noticed you seemed like you might have been a little bit insulted by something I wanted to said. I care about, you know, my friendship with you, and I want to make sure everything's okay. And alternatively, this friend could be like, oh, that kind of like struck me as kind of insulting. I kind of want to clear the air and let my friend know, and hopefully, you know, they didn't mean to insult me, and we can clear the air, is ideally, healthily how that would go. But if someone attacks you and just like yells at you and doesn't try to clear the air, you're probably better off. For a lot of this pertains to like my own like experiences and stuff like that, but I'm very much a type of person that's like, I need to have people that are good at communicating in my life. I can't have, and hopefully everyone should be this way too, where it's like, you can't have people that are talking bad about you behind your back. You can't have people who have issues with you trying to work these issues out with people that aren't even involved, you know, like, that's like a hard thing too. Then that's something that I think I struggled with a lot growing up, is like if I had issues with people because I was so non-confrontational, I'd work these issues out with people who weren't even involved, which is kind of gossipy, honestly. And then I would just never talk to the person that I actually had issues with, and then nothing would get resolved. I would just bury my own issues under the rug, and the person would never know I even had an issue with them, which honestly is really unhealthy. Any communication that points fingers, even subconsciously, can and usually will put people on the defensive or emotionally flood them. Yes. I'm extremely susceptible to being emotionally flooded, because of my past. And I think it's really it's like it's a really frustrating emotional trigger because it makes conflict resolution so difficult. But it's very, very important to be tactful about these things, in my opinion. It sounds like when they don't want to change because you're getting up in years, but you're always trying to better yourself. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like, I mean, like, I'm not old, but I feel like now more than ever in my life as I'm getting older, self-improvement is like always at the top of my list. Especially like these past couple years, it's like we're always going to be work in progress. I will always work on communication. There's always things to learn, but I'm never trying to hurt people. Context matters is extremely key in so many aspects. Yes, even just with work, so many people / teammates skip context and say something and it leads to so much unnecessary trouble / panic. Yeah, and that's why I feel like it's important, like, ask for context and give context as much as you can. The can't teach an old dog new tricks mentality is just a way for people to shift responsibility and accountability. I agree with that, like, 100%. I fully believe 100% that you are always capable of changing and growing if you want to, but the key thing is that you have to want to. Nobody is responsible for the growth of other people. You know, like, you can't make people change. You can give people tools. You know, like I always say, people are like a garden, but everyone's responsible for their own garden. You can give someone the plants, you can give someone the tools, you can bring someone water, but they're the one that has to dig the hole. They're the one that has to stick the plant there. They're the one that has to water it every day. They're the one that makes it grow. You can only help a person so much, but you have to put in the work. Let me see. Hello, Starchy Socks. Welcome in. If you're 80-year-old plus Nan could learn to use Facebook and WhatsApp, anyone can learn to better themselves. Always strive to be a better person. I feel like, yeah, it's just hard because it's like, the thing too is that like all these things are always like multifaceted, and I think a lot of people think that they strive to be better in different ways. So I think it's always good to say, you know, like, strive to be better at communicating, strive to open your worldview in these ways. So I think that these are things that lead to being better, you know, be more ready to take, you know, be self-critical, but like in healthy ways too. Depending on the context, you straight up just tell them like, hey, I like you, but I don't like it when you do X thing. Please do that less. Yeah, like, it's easy to say like, okay, yeah, like these things. It's just like hard, and it's like, it's the sort of thing too where it's like, it's easy to say like, oh, this is what we could do, but it's important that we also try to nurture that environment where hopefully people feel comfortable and safe coming to us if they have those types of issues too. And if people come to you about those issues, being very welcoming and understanding. Because I think it could be easy to kind of like say these things, and then sometimes when people come up to you, you know, maybe you can get defensive or something like that. And I think it's important. You know, it goes both ways where it's like, do that, also check in with other people. Be like, hey, like, I just want to do like a temperature check. How are we doing? Do I do anything that makes you uncomfortable? You know, tell me how you've been, etc. I think it's always good to do. Also, if you check in with your friends and stuff like that, you know? With that, life is a cycle of learning and unlearning. Yes, especially when it comes to resolutions and setting boundaries. We're always growing and learning. The biggest thing is that you have to be willing to continue that. Yes. You were always making excuses. Anyone here can remember you're being very toxic about knowing. Then you went to therapy and you're glad you did. You could identify what was wrong and now you're working on it. Little by little, but every change was a winding road. Yeah. Having to be comfortable, safe, and feel the other person won't be defensive is important. Yeah. Curating safe spaces, I think, is like one of the most... I feel like it's very... You guys know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs? I feel like whenever I talk about like mental health stuff, I feel like this is something that always comes up. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, so true. And a feeling of safety is like so critical for self-improvement. Yes. You open the door? I don't know, my roommate probably. We have squeaky doors in here. I need some WD-40. Report vibe checks are always good. Yeah. The hierarchy, not quite a pyramid. Yeah. I feel like I should bring it out. It's not meant to be a pyramid. It's a hierarchy of needs. It's like a non-pyramid pyramid, right? Give us a sign. All right, let me Google it. Okay. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's a motivation model. Simple psychology. A ghosty. Alright, let me see. Thoughtco.com. Basically, it's not meant to be like a pyramid, like the food pyramid, but it's kind of saying foundationally, you need things at the bottom to work towards things at the top. And of course at the bottom is like you need air, water, food, shelter, sleep, etc. You can vouch that the top is bacon. Oh yes. And it's just kind of like, you know, you need these things to live your life. Once you have these things secure, you can move on to more things. And the second one is safety needs. Right after like food, water, sleep, etc. Safety needs, personal security, employment, resources, health, property. You need to feel safe. Safety is very important to us. If you are not safe, that is going to be your primary focus. Whether it's, do I have enough money to pay for rent? Do I have enough food to feed myself for the week? You know, you're gonna focus more on that, like, you know, like, because the next step is like love and belonging. So it's like friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. A lot of the time, people will neglect their relationships because they're trying to secure money, where they're like, you know, that's why people say like money is what tends to drive like relationships apart, because you need to secure money, financial security, so you can have like everything else, feel that feeling of safety before you can really move on. You like when people remember line, look at this, look at your psych degree coming in useful. Yay, psych degrees. It's hard to focus on emotional stability if you're hungry AF. That too! Like, you gotta make sure that you're fed and that you've slept enough. Can confirm. Yeah. Imagine having money. Yeah, we're all stuck there. Financial security, what's that? So that's why it's very hard to work on these things, but yeah. Yes, exactly, and this is why money buys happiness up to a certain extent. It's important in terms of security. But yeah, also what was being said about like food too. Sometimes if you're having like an argument or if you're upset, sometimes all you need to do is just get yourself a little snack. Get like a Snickers, you know, like the commercial. Because it's true. Sometimes you need some food. That's why like people say like if you're feeling really down or like if you struggle with depression, sometimes it's good to do these like basic checks of like, have you had water? Have you had anything to eat? Like, have you showered? You know, doing these small kind of things, if you can just get yourself to do them, if you can kind of help boost your mood up a little bit. Hello, Shar, welcome in. You haven't eaten yet? Go get some food. We're gonna snack. Food's important, guys. I'm a little hungry, but I got my chocolate milk. Our environment around us can also be an issue. Yeah, and there are times when we ourselves start being apologistic with people who might be the biggest issue. What do you mean, apologistic? Get a snack, step 2, be the snack you are. Yes. It's important to take care of yourself, too. Someone feed me! I have my chocolate milk. Do you guys have a treat? Some tea? Hopefully not coffee. Gonna get eats? Okay, thank you for being here, Antier. Take care of yourself. And my chalky milk. It's all good. Oh, that's some good advice. If you hate everyone, you need to eat. If you feel like everyone hates you, you need to sleep. Good advice, honestly. Sleeping and eating is also always important. It's like in like one of the books that I was reading, like a lot of people will say like don't go to bed angry, for example, but it is really important sometimes. Sometimes it's better, like if you're sleep deprived or hungry and you're arguing, you're just gonna be more cranky because you're sleep deprived and hungry. So sometimes it's better to just table an argument until you're more like taken care of, you know? Need to prep for dinner? You can take us to the kitchen with your tablet. Hell yeah. So basically we start justifying people's actions and normalizing them, accepting as they come, even when we ourselves know deep down that the person's one of the factors. This is why boundaries is important. Boundaries are important for us to have, and boundaries should be hard lines in the sand. Boundaries are very like, if you do this, I believe. No questions asked, like, I'm out the door, I'm leaving. And I feel like it's important with boundaries too to not necessarily like hold it against the person if they're aware of your boundaries and they cross it. Like, try not to be, you know, like, oh well, you're supposed to know, like, etc. Because the thing is that like The boundary exists to keep everyone on the same playing field and like informed of like, if this action occurs, I will leave. Boundaries don't mean people aren't allowed to cross them. Because people can cross your boundaries. The thing is that they shouldn't. And if they do, that tells you things about them. Because if someone knows your boundaries and willingly crosses them, that's not someone you want to be around. They tell you that by crossing your boundaries. I think that's something that's really important to distinguish too. You can't yell at someone and punch them for crossing your boundaries, because it's like, if you have this disagreement and they're the type of person who wants to violate your boundaries, then they're not the type of person in your life. But yeah. Imagine sleeping and having money. Amazing advice. Love a listener person, but yes, please eat. I had a sandwich this morning. I'm fine. I have my chalky milk. I'm not like, if my stomach was like gurgling, I would get something, you know. Angry is a real phenomenon. Some people get real snippy and mean when they're angry. Boundaries are like fences. You can let people in, but people should respect them by default. Yeah! You can't have chocolate milk? Why is that? Mine's chocolate almond milk. If anyone's like left. I'm not. I just love almond milk. Hello, that one bum CT. It's cold as balls, not cold and balls. Why are you so cold at one bum CT? Are you inside? Get by a warm fire, perhaps. Get a cozy blanket or a warm drink. Hello, Abbott. You become Bully McGuire when hungry. Oh my god. You can say boundaries and rules are one and the same. Yeah, and I feel like that's like important for people to like, I don't know, realize too. It's like, I don't know.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
I forgot I meant to move my alerts to like not be covering me. What's that there? That looks like wrong. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, starchy. Punishment is what I wanted to talk about. I feel like a lot of the time in things that I've experienced with people, I don't know, with my own personal experiences, I feel like a lot of the time people are very big on like exacting punishment on other people. Which, I mean, like, I feel like everyone's kind of like guilty of, but I feel like I need to stop perpetuating that cycle. Hi, Zan. Your therapist helped you realize you were being that person and letting your family disrespect your boundaries. Moving out's been a blessing. Many things about your mental health have improved then. Yeah. Definitely, like, your environment and, like, what you're surrounded by every day will definitely, like, impact you. Because it's the temperature of, like, where you live. You know, like, again, it's the garden analogy. You are a garden. And the quality of your soil and the weather around you is very important. Punishment's BS, natural consequences are where it's at. Yeah. Like, if you do something and everyone is going to get upset at you, you know, and they're going to be like, why did you do that? Oh my gosh. You know, if you, I don't know, punch someone in the face and people are like, why did you punch that person in the face? Natural consequences. But if someone tries to, I don't know, maybe someone's going to try to punch you back. But, you know, it's that sort of thing. But, I mean, that could spiral out to crime. But for the most part, it's like if someone accidentally hurts you, that's the thing that always pisses me off. If someone accidentally hurts you, you shouldn't actively try to hurt them back just because they accidentally hurt you. That's where shit gets fucked up. Is it punishment or holding people accountable? Well, it depends. Accountability is one of my favorite things because I think people should be held accountable. Like a holier than thou mentality? Yeah, yes. And also using imperatives like should or duty. Like how streamers put the rules on their pages, that's what's allowed and not allowed on their channels. Yes! Yes. It's boundaries. Not the quality of my soil, it's frozen. Hello, Enrique. Yeah, we still people breaking those rules all the time. Yes. And that's always why, like, within streams, I always try to tell people, especially people who are starting out, like, you, as a streamer, you set the boundaries for your stream. You have your rules that you put up, and it is up to you to enforce them. And some people will just really try to push that. And it's up to you to dictate, you know, whether or not you'll let that slide, but you have to be the one that draws that line in the sand in case someone violates it. People's sense to take... Wait, what do you mean, Zan? their own form of self-justice, i.e. revenge. What is considered a punishment and what is holding someone accountable? To me, punishment is the idea of behaving or acting towards someone for your own emotional self-satisfaction. And accountable is just wanting someone to take responsibility for their actions. Accountability for me is about, like, taking responsibility. And punishment is about emotional satisfaction, to me. The rule thing hits home, you had to enforce those in a stream server for a homie, and yikes. Yeah, it's something that's, like, really frustrating to me because, like, a lot of the time, especially if you're the type of person that has a really hard time enforcing your own boundaries, if you are inhabiting, like, a space like this where you're, like, inviting people in, it is your duty to enforce boundaries and rules. Just like in your own life, it is your responsibility to speak up for yourself because no one else knows what you're feeling, you know? Hi, Purse. Purse is here. When you called someone out for being really hurtful, reactive, and immature, and was very careful with how you said it, he punished you with silence and anger for the next week. See, that's unfair, and you had to cry and beg for this person to speak to you, and this was one of your exes? Oh boy, hold on. Now I can't see. So you had to apologize while he was the one who hurt you? Yep, I've dealt with that a lot. It's unfair because the thing is that, like, doing that, like, silent treatment and treating you unfairly for speaking up about your feelings is fucked up. Because that's them trying to teach you that you can't voice your feelings. Because in a healthy environment, they should take responsibility, own up to the fact that they made you feel that way, apologize, and you should work together to make sure that doesn't happen again. But, like, your reaction when if someone tells you you hurt them isn't to get mad at them. Like, why would you get mad at someone who tells them that you hurt them, you know, unless you don't want to be held, you don't want to take, you know, responsibility, you don't want to be held accountable for the fact that you did that. Right, Purse? And that's unhealthy. That means you're running away from your problems. Emotional support, Purse. If you do this, and this will be the consequence, yeah. The framing around, oh, I'm so sorry, this, Purse, your tail's covering the entire screen. The framing around accountability is making the other person aware of how their actions affect others and helping them to take responsibility. That is like 100%. Like, when I say that I believe in accountability, that's what I mean. Like, you just take responsibility. It doesn't mean you feel bad. It just means I acknowledge I did this. I acknowledge it was my responsibility that I did this. That's all accountability means. And some people will kick and scream to avoid accountability for whatever reason. Okay, Chris. And it's just childish. Like, and again, and that's where your actions, oh my god, you're gonna make my phone case fall. That's where people's actions really tells you about them as a person, because if they'd rather kick and scream and make you feel bad about your own emotions when they already hurt you in the first place, that tells you pages and pages about their personality. That emotional manipulation and bullshit is fucking awful. It is fucking awful. It's messed up. If the weight of the consequence doesn't match the action, then it's punishment. I feel like that's difficult because then it's like, how do you know who determines how that thing's match? Because in situations I've been in, I feel like that's the catch, is like one person's idea of their punishment is that it matches the action, but like to other people it wouldn't match, you know? They even try to defend themselves saying, I was only kidding, bro. Yeah, it's just the ways of dodging, taking responsibility for how they feel, you know? So that person has to want to take responsibility. That's the hard thing too, and that's where a lot of maturity is, and that's where I believe like self-improvement's really important, where it's like, I think being mature is that you will always take responsible for your actions as much as possible. Like, of course, like, there's always, it can be tough because sometimes people will go out of their way to try to like guilt trip you, etc., because they're trying to punish you and they're trying to shame you, and they're saying like, you did all of this, like, take responsibility for your actions, hold yourself accountable. But what they really want is to just make you feel bad. So, but you know, that depends on the person who's supposedly calling for that too. So it can be tricky, but I think in a broad senses, that's what it is. You enjoy Cattail streams just as much as Sun Queen streams? You could obviously tell how wide the actual camera is and how close her tail was because her thin tail just covered the entire screen. My cat gives you such serotonin. She's a good girl. She's a little bowling pin right now. She's waiting for her dinner in an hour. You heard this quote that said you cannot agree with it, but you can't decide if it hurt them or not? You mean like you can choose to agree with it? Hold on. Because I think I agree for the most part. It's like you could choose to not agree with something, but you can't argue about how you make someone feel. And I feel like that's really important for people to understand is that like, for the most part, like, you can't tell people how they felt. That's so invalidating. Like if someone tells you how they feel about things, like you can't, it's so fucked up if you try to tell them like, don't feel that way. You shouldn't feel that way. Well, I didn't mean this. So like you're overreacting, like blah, blah, blah. It's fucked up because people are going to feel how they feel. And it's hard to articulate your feelings. And like, if you open up to someone and say like, oh, well, I felt like this, this, and this. And they're like, okay, well, I mean, that's your problem. Like, you have to deal with that. It's like, well, okay, thanks. I guess. I'll help myself by fucking walking out that door. So, not everyone is capable of that, unfortunately. Recognize that as important. Yes. Hallmarks of growth and maturity. And I feel like it's important to be critical of that, you know, like with people around you. And I always encourage, have these conversations with people in your life. Ask their opinions on these things. Learn things about yourself and the people that you keep company with. Be critical. This person is only one of many people in your past who refuse to take responsibility, refuse to believe they're wrong, but just say, I'm just like that, you can't change me. I hate that so much. It's so frustrating. The nice thing is that there's lots of people in the world. And while it can be hard and isolating, if these are the people that you've known your entire life, there are people with mindsets that you believe in out there. Hello, Anthony. Welcome in, sir. Came in at the right time. Taking responsibility and owning up to one's own actions is very difficult. If it's not something that you've done a lot of the time, I feel like this is something that a lot of people have issues with. I think a lot of it can be rooted around, like, shame. This is something that I do also feel is very rooted in, like, childhood. Because if you think about in childhood, when you're being punished, I'll think a lot of the time, like, as a kid, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, as a kid, I was so freaking terrified of getting in trouble all the time, too. So then, I'm pretty sure that fed into my own, like, people-pleasing tactics of, like, I never wanted to be wrong, I always wanted to help people, I always wanted to be seen as good to avoid punishment as much as possible. These things play out, like, in adulthood. So, like, a matching consequence for breaking stream rules would be that you get banned or timed out, but if the streamer starts calling you names, telling the community to ignore you, etc., that's punishment. I would agree with that. I do agree with that assessment. I think that's, like, an abuse of power, too. Because the streamer is the one in power, and by doing things like that, I feel like it widens the power gap of between, like, the curator of the space and someone participating in it. So many people don't want to take responsibility and only care that they can do whatever the hell they want to do with no consequences. Yeah, all rooted in immaturity and utter selfishness. Yes, a lot of it's very ego-based thinking. And the ego is our very childish, emotional, hedonistic aspect of ourselves. You know, the ego is very looking for gratification, instant gratification. They're very much like our inner child, you know, like when something happens and you feel that like flash of anger, those like emotional reactions, and like our ego isn't like good or bad, but it contributes a lot to the reason why we do things. And the hallmark of maturity is understanding your ego reactions and not leaning into them immediately. You can choose to not agree with someone, but you can't decide if it hurts them. Yes. Okay. They can get you to take the blame responsibility, and they've effectively confirmed that whatever they feel is the right way to feel or the right thing to do, and will continue to exhibit that same behavior. Yeah. The conversation can, like, it's hard because it's like, it's such a broad, like, all these things are broad topics, and just speaking from like person A to person B, there's like a lot of assumptions that you have to make within communication too, that like both parties are willing to talk and communicate, and that one person doesn't have an extremely prideful narcissistic view. Like Zan saying, pride is where it all stems from. There's a lot of issues that come from pride and selfishness and refusing to see other people's sides, refusing to take, believe that you are wrong, etc. Ooh, 1,000,000% you've had an issue with family guilting to exert control, and it's really tricky to navigate. Telling them, hey, I've made my decision, here's why, and I need you to treat me like an adult and respect my decisions is key. Yes. Guilt and shame and like fear are feelings that I feel like a lot of the time they're very, underhanded manipulation tactics, etc. Because they're ways that you can get people to do things. It's manipulation. You can get people to do things you want if you like lean into it, and that's messed up. And they're things that are very tied with like family dynamics, where people be like, oh, you're gonna go out there dressed like that. Well, how does that reflect on me as your mom? Like they're guilting you, they're shaming you, stuff like that within like family of like manipulation, etc. You're afraid of being wrong when you're a child because you lived a pharaoh-esque upbringing. So yeah, I guess in a way I understand. A lot of things stem from childhood of that sort of thing. Because it's like the way that we were taught to take responsibility for actions as a child, I feel, can really like impact a lot of these things. Because I don't know, I just feel like if you're so punished so often, like if you don't feel safe to just admit like that you're wrong, etc. I don't know, there's a degree of maturity that really like comes with it. Yeah, like fear of mistakes is just such a big thing. Pride or fear. For sure, I feel like double checking my but yeah, fear of mistakes is something that I feel like holds a lot of people back for multiple reasons. I feel like, and like I've mentioned before, I feel like a lot of that gets rooted like in childhood because of how you were punished for making mistakes as a kid. Would be my guess. Because in life, making a mistake means something different for every person when they were like 7 years old, because the consequences of your mistakes were enforced by your parents. And I strongly believe that's like the blueprint of how you move on in your life about when you make mistakes, etc. In a way, pride is just fear of being judged by others. In some ways. It like depends, because I think that there's healthy ways to have pride as well. But like in extreme amounts of pride, I mean, like I've seen it where because I feel like you could make an argument for that in a way. Where someone is being very prideful to the point where they shut out others and prioritize themselves in that sense. I feel like it's just because they are in denial of other people due to fear of being perceived as something they're not, for weakness or things that they feel like ashamed of in that sense. Doing pride in a negative connotation, but being proud of your work accomplishments is a different beast. Yeah, it's hard because it's like these things, some things are like good in moderation as well, A line between feeling proud and being consumed by pride, self-pride and external pride. Yeah, because it's like, it's like you can be proud of your work, but to be so overly proud that you are so inflated that you think it makes you better than other people, or it gives you this sense of like righteousness. I think it was mentioned earlier, like a sense of like holier than thou. Yeah, like that conceit that it makes you above in some way. I think it's like unhealthy, but I think it's good to be like, oh, I made this, I spent a lot of time on it, and I think it looks really good. Yeah, pride and arrogance are different things, and I think it's good to have a sense of pride. But I think definitely things like arrogance and conceit, I think, are rooted in ultimately expressions of fear and a misadjustment for this, like trying to achieve a sense of security. where you are less receptive to other people, or you make assumptions and stuff like that in order to protect, you know, whatever sort of fragile ego state you truly have underneath that you're afraid other people might shatter, where, you know, if you decide to be, you know, arrogant, you're like, well, my stuff looks great, my stuff is awesome, my stuff is the best, because you fear not being perceived as the best or good, you know. I think a lot of the time people maybe lean towards pride because, or excessive pride, arrogance, and like conceit because they're afraid of like criticism. Conflating pride with arrogance, no worries. You've definitely known a lot of really arrogant people, yeah, who love stepping on others, who are really happy every time they get up a reason to hoist themselves, yet higher than others in this weird social hierarchy. Yeah, boy, social hierarchies. I feel like a lot of that can tie into boundaries as well. Stuff like that I think is really frustrating, because I think social hierarchies, power dynamics, ultimately, like the root of these things, I think is where a lot of issues tend to stem from. I mean, this ties into the greater sphere, I think, of like trauma and pain being cyclical. You know, like it's in like a less severe sense, I guess, outside of like generational trauma, etc. It's also the cycle of like bullies. School cliques, yeah, you know. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Because, you know, it's like when you are hurt, when, you know, like if you were bullied a lot of the time, don't people usually say like if you were bullied, you usually become someone who bullies? Because it's when you are bullied or when you are traumatized, because it happens, you know, they're parallel, the idea of being like a bully or an abuser, someone who traumatizes other people, you know, like you, under the, you know, when you're subjected to these things, you know, you tend to feel a loss of control, the hurt, it's all a cycle, you know, it's just like, when you feel that like loss of control, that like lack of power, you feel alone, you feel isolated. A lot of the time later on in life, when you feel like you have the control that you didn't have in your times of weakness, sometimes people let that go to their head, you know? And exactly, like bullying is a destructive form of self-empowerment, and a lot of it ties into healthy coping mechanisms. Coping mechanisms is really important. That's like a whole other thing too. Coping mechanisms and boundaries are very like hand in hand IMO for like real healthy, like, self-care, knowing yourself sort of stuff. Because bullying is a way to cope with, you know, bullying / abusing, etc. is a way to cope with the times that you hurt. And like Derby said, it is destructive. And there are destructive and constructive ways of dealing with these things. And when people choose to lash out and hurt others, that is, you know, bad coping mechanisms. When you turn to like alcohol, drugs, etc. Bad coping mechanisms. And it's important to replace them with healthy ones. With your music, you're in a rather conflictive community. You tend to look past it. Something's happening where the result of ego's arrogance. Yeah. At the end you joke about it, but the situations are it's hard. Resentment can build from past experiences with bullying. Yeah. Resentment is a whole beast too. Hello Estelle, welcome in. Hello Argentum, I love you. Thank you for stopping by. With some people who are bullied, they experience the negative side of a power dynamic. Yes. I feel like a lot of, like, when you say for some reason they seek to flip the script, I think it's just because in situations where we feel like loss of control, etc., I feel like, I mean, just a guess and generalization, but my understanding of it would be because we seek to rescue that younger version of ourselves. A lot of it goes into savior dynamics where you wish someone could have stepped in for you, and a healthy coping mechanism would be to come to terms with it and, you know, comfort your inner child and say, you know, like, we're not that person, you know, anymore. We're stronger. We can stand up to our bully. We didn't deserve to have that happen to us. But in like negative cycles, they're like, I'm in power now. I get to choose. I'm not gonna get bullied anymore. Sort of like, and it runs away with them, I believe. Control aspect, but in the most negative way, yes. We're all saying the same thing, but you resonate with us, having seen it so many times. It happens over and over, and it's a cycle that we see over and over. We see it, you know, in school, we see it outside of school, we'll see it in the workplace, etc. Because power dynamics are everywhere, and a lot of people have a lot of issues with power. Very unhealthy coping mechanism. And I think coping mechanisms are one of the biggest things. I think in terms of self-improvement, like if you want to work on self-improvement, if you want to like start looking at like bettering yourselves, I think coping mechanisms is one of the best ways to examine yourself. Like when you're stressed, what do? This ties into like self-care and like boundaries too, but like when you're stressed, what do? Do you eat? Do you play video games? Do you take a nap? Like, what do? Do you go rant with friends? Do you like to go out to like the clubs? You know, when you feel hurt, what do? These are easier things for us to like examine about ourselves too, to like see what we do. It's sad when hurt people think the best way to deal is to hurt others. Yeah, it is really sad when people think that like just like one of the worst eye-opening things that was ever said to me was like when I had unintentionally hurt someone in the past and they were saying the meanest shit to me. Nobody had ever been so mean to me in my life. They were saying like such cruel things. I don't even remember what they are anymore, but I just remember being so like I was in just so much disbelief, and I remember asking them like, why are you being so mean? Like, why are you trying to hurt me? And they had told me just straight up, because we've been talking for hours at the point, that they just wanted to hurt me as much as I'd hurt them. Even though I didn't mean to hurt them unintentionally, they wanted to hurt me to the point where they felt that they were satisfied that I had felt the pain that they had felt. And that was all that it meant to them. And that sort of like disregard for people disgusts me. It's so unhealthy. Can't have that. Do not be that person. Couldn't imagine as someone who was hurt and bullied and really alone growing up doing the same thing to others. Yeah, I feel the same way, and it's just like it's why so much of the time now, like why mental health Monday exists and why I feel so strongly about these sorts of things. It's just that like there are so many significantly healthier alternatives to dealing with and like processing and coping with your emotions than fucking hurting people. What's wrong with you? You know? Like it's fucked up. And people are subject to a lot of the time, and no one should be subject to it. I want that cycle to stop, and I want to help people get out of those situations. You know? You know, it can happen to a lot of people. Yeah, it's extremely unhealthy. There's so many people in this world. Can't stop all of it. They'll happen with friends, they'll happen with significant others, it'll happen in a family. And all we can do is just kind of talk about it, educate it, encourage people to look at themselves a little bit more critically and stop these cycles, you know? Hello, welcome in, Minora, as well. Let me drink chalky milk. CPTSD plug? Yeah! I love reading Complex Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder by, what's his face? I forgot his name. P. Walker? Surviving to Thriving. So a lot of people are in survival mode and just teach you how to be in survival mode. It's healthier ways of existing. You either become the person you wanted to show up in your life or you become the person who hurt you. Exactly. Save the resentment for hunting monsters. When you're stressed, you let it simmer. When you're anxious, you either smoke or eat junk food. When you're stressed, you go to sleep and cry. When you're down, you isolate. Yeah. There's apparently, so again, like when my best friend and I were hiking a couple weeks ago, there's apparently a cycle for dealing with stress. And apparently, to complete the stress cycle, we were talking about like exercise is like the key, the answer to everything. But apparently, the number one way to deal with stress, the way to finish out a stress cycle in your body is exercise. And we're like, oh my god, because we're really not big on exercise. But we also went on a 2-hour hike that day, just like talking and like venting about life while just like walking everywhere. I felt like a brand new person after. But yeah, regular plug for you should consider getting a gym membership or walking around your neighborhood if possible. But man, when you're stressed and frustrated, like I totally understand sleeping, crying, showering, you know, food, etc. can be good distractions. But apparently the number one way to work the emotion like out of your system is to just go blow some steam by working at the gym, running, walking, 10 minutes. Yeah, I think, I forget. She told me like the exact minutes that they like recommend. It's like 30 to 90 minutes or something like that is like recommended to like work the stress hormones out of your body. But like, there's ways. So I'd recommend it. In some way or another, you know, get a jump rope in your backyard if you can or something. I'm sorry to deal with a person like that. Reminds me of the same immature ex you brought up previously. Yeah. We gotta have conversations about these things. These people could be really fucked up. Sometimes you wish you could go to the club. Going great, conserving your energy until sunbreak. Exercising is dope AF. Yeah. Bulgarian split squat the stress away. You don't usually hit the gym when you're under heavy stress. You're doing shit backwards. Try it. If I feel conflicted giving this advice because I'm really bad about going to the gym. I struggle a lot with just getting out of my house, etc. So I feel like it's really hard. But even though I have issues with it, hopefully it can help you guys. If you guys feel strong enough to go to the gym or go walk in your neighborhood, etc. It's raining here, so I can't even take a walk. Also, it's dark outside. But, you know, like if you're feeling really stressed and bothered about something, contemplate doing an exercise of some sort. Maybe it will help as an alternative, you know? If you're under super heavy stress, it's self-care is what it is, ultimately, you know? Carve out like an hour, 45 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, if you can, to just get your body moving, get your blood pumping, you know? I don't know, do yoga or something. Exercising would be excellent. You can only do it when you finish school since you're awake till 4 a.m. every day trying to work on schoolwork. Oh my goodness. First, please. If you're stressed to hell and then work out by the time you're done, you're too tired to hold on to or worry about the stress. That makes sense. Yeah. You work it out of your body. I do yoga though. I haven't done it as much lately, in all honesty. I should do it more, but it is good for you. Small disclaimer, don't overwork yourself when stressed. That too. Don't push yourself too hard too. Be kind to yourself. You love jogging and hiking? Yoga's goated? Yes. You make gym stress days either leg or cardio days. That way you can work through your stress and channel it into spite to get through the worst leg day or have the energy to push your limits on a cardio day. Yeah. Excuse me. Percy lost weight! Oh my gosh. Yes. It is Percy. Little poise. She's just... It's because it's getting close to 5, so she's like, oh my god, is it food time? Yes, yoga with Adrian. I'm pretty sure she has like some workout routines, get blood pumping, etc. But it's good to like process stress. Coping mechanism. Healthier ways. No, it's not chocolate eggnog, it's just chalky milk. For you, doing anything is seen as a challenge, and you know you have to accept that it's okay if you take it easy and don't hit marks. Yes, and be better at recognizing what you have instead of being down for not getting more done or reaching higher heights. Yes, I understand that very well. I feel like it's important to have conversations with yourself and assess what you consider, like, what defines success for you. Are you okay with, like, is doing your best good enough for you? Why is it not? Like, why do you have to hit certain benchmarks, you know? I feel like it's important to understand examining what success means to you. What does it mean to be successful or good? Because I think a lot of, I mean, I know for myself, like, success, especially with like grades and stuff like that, tends to mean doing better than the norm. But if that's what success means, if that's what good means, you can't always do 110%, you know? You're setting yourself up for failure because if you don't do more every day, you're always going to be doing bad, you know? If success is just coasting through life and enjoying the journey, then you do you, boo-boo. Your life is yours to define 100%. Just starting getting one step is more important than 100. Yeah. Yes. I made her little face show up. She just keeps hopping up here. I'll just show her to you guys next time she hops up. But yeah, I feel like it's important to recognize, because like I had a lot of issues of like, because I suffer from like executive dysfunction, which means it's really hard for me to start things. And I'm trying to break out of this mindset of like, that I have, when I do things, I have to do it 100%. And when I do things, I have to exceed, like not just succeed at something, but to also like exceed limits, you know? And that I always had to be the best and try my best. It was always 150% in everything in my life. And then if I wasn't able to do it, then I wouldn't, and it would paralyze me, because then it was like, if I couldn't give everything my all, then I would just not do it. And it's like, you can't have these black and white ways of thinking, I think, are really unhealthy, and I've been trying really hard to work on it. You blame anime for that mentality? I think it could be helpful in some ways, but I do think it can be really toxic. I have a bone to pick all the time with My Hero Academia for the Plus Ultra grind set, for a lot of personal reasons, but it's like, I think it's really important to acknowledge that doing a little bit is better than doing nothing, you know, like, and with like executive dysfunction, it was like, because I would have a really hard time like sewing, because with sewing it was like, if I couldn't make amazing things, then it was always garbage, for example. So it was really hard for me to like sit down and work a little on things, because it was like, if I couldn't do it all, I like mentally I was like so frazzled I couldn't do it. And it was just like, started working on setting smaller goalposts for myself, like, okay, do this one thing, and like, that's okay. Even if it's just, you know, setting up the thread on my machine. It's better than nothing. And just like, giving myself that time, I felt was like really, really important. Blame Pokemon? You don't always have to be the best that no one ever was. Oh my gosh. Here, head pads. Headpats requested by Duo. Feel like you're hearing yourself talk with this whole need to do everything to perfection and nothing less? Yeah. I know, like, for me, a lot of it was really, I had someone in my life who just was that. Yeah. Who was very, like, the Plus Ultra mentality and very punishing if you couldn't reach those goals. Where it was just like, if you're not a winner, you're a loser. If you can't win, you lose. And if you lose, what's the point? And it was very, like, you know, a lot of really, like, conflicting things. It got to a point where if you didn't make the high expectation you set for yourself, it was a total failure. Yeah. More importantly, even if you did, you never felt like you did it or properly earned it. Yeah. Where it's just kind of like, nothing feels real. When you get it, it's like you just did the bare minimum and you could always do better. Like, it's just always punishing. And it's so cruel, you know? Yeah. And it's just like, this anxiety that eats at you, prevents you from doing everything, is that you're isolating yourself from living your life because of this fear of imperfection and failure. But the truth is, the real hard facts are that we are only human. Imperfection is what we are, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it ties back into shame and not having to be good with it, everything that we do that we had talked about 2 weeks ago. Where we don't have, who says that, like, people always say that, you know, people push for being good at things, but you don't have to be good at everything. You know, it's impossible to be good at everything. We are bad at things, and it is perfectly fine to be bad at things. And there's, you know, so much shame surrounding that. You know, people are like, oh, I don't want to sing, I don't want to dance, I don't want to draw, I wish I was better, I wish I was good, etc. And people don't enjoy things unless they're good. And it's sad. Chill. Be happy. Do things for the sake of it, not for being good. Otherwise, you're holding yourself back from so many things. You know, like because it's, you know, like people are like, does this make sense? I feel like I'm like fragmenting my words. You nearly gave up on music and then you're glad you didn't thanks to some friends. As long as we set our own standards to levels we cannot reach. I feel like it's important to examine why you set those standards. Imperfection's perfectly human? Yeah. You're bad at being bad. Where, you know, where it's like people a lot of the time will put, it makes hella sense? Okay, cool. I'm glad. I like your enthusiasm. You know, and it's just like, you have to allow yourself to like be bad at things, and I feel like it's important to acknowledge that your best also looks different every day. Because I would also punish myself where it's like, I'd have some days where I was like so extremely productive, and then it was always like, well, if I was that productive, maybe I could do a little bit more. And it was like almost like a workaholic mindset where it's like, if I could achieve so many things, it'd be like, I feel like it was like something that like my parents had kind of like taught to me, whether they realized it or not, where it's like, oh, you did all this, well, do a little bit more, you gotta be better than everyone else. And then it would be like the next day, it's like, okay, well, let's do that all over again, and again, and again, and again. But like I said earlier, like exceeding yeah, making every day more productive, making every day like a good day is, you can't keep raising the bar, you know? It's impossible, it's cruel, it's inhuman, because your best will look different every day, and that's perfectly fine, too. Like, there should be no shame surrounding that, where it's like, you try your best, and it might not be as much as the other day, that's perfectly fine, because it's your best for that day, and that's what counts. Being good at things was a mentality you had, and when you removed yourself from most of those people and situations you felt, and you're just blank and do nothing, open your eyes to see how much you needed to reevaluate yourself. Yeah, I think there's just like I don't know, I feel like a lot of things get perpetuated by schools too, where it's like you always need to pass, you always need to succeed, etc. Count your spoons openly and honestly. Oh yeah. You think with being expected to be good at everything, to be everything to everyone, to be stretched so far, all since your own boundaries are violated and you don't even love doing your own hobbies as an artist anymore? Oh. It's been hard to do anything other than this push you gave yourself to start this new school stuff and visual effects. With relationships as well, you're so focused on being the perfect giving partner to anyone. They were with that you ended up losing every last bit of your energy and you leave. Same exact thing for me. I totally understand that. It's really hard. I think it's important to consider where a lot of this like comes from too. I feel like a lot of, because I can only speak from my own experiences too, but I know like for me, a lot of my perfectionistic like needs and qualities tie in because like I'm very much like a fawn type of person. I turn very much towards unhappy trends of self-betrayal, self-abandonment, because I have a lot of abandonment issues where it was like, and you know, I will always plug How to Do the Work by Nicole LePera, because a lot of the reason we have these things are because we are subconsciously in one way or another taught this growing up, that the way to receive love is to exceed and be perfect. And society is very much like built along that way as well, where it's like the people that are outstanding receive the most love and praise. And then you will always want love and praise. And growing up, you felt that way, and you see it around you, you know, it's all like in around in the system, and then you start living for like this validation and praise. But in that, you know, you start to leave behind the pieces of yourself that you forget and you abandon repeatedly till you don't know yourself anymore, till you don't even know what you want, because you've never stopped to ask yourself the question of what do you want, because all these years of your life you've lived is just focusing on what other people want, because you know there's safety in giving people the things that they want because they'll love you for it. But they only love you for what you can give them, not for what you are. And it's really important that you find the people that value who you are instead of what you can give. Yeah. Making sure you're not inconveniencing the people around you when you feel uncomfortable. Yes. Boundaries! Figuring out things that you are comfortable and uncomfortable with. Maladaptive perfectionism is rooted in abandonment issues. Yep. Because if you're perfect, who could leave you? Why would anyone be unhappy and leave? It is a trap that makes perfect sense. It's so easy to give yourself up for the external validation of others. It's like, to me, it's the easiest way to make sure that you have that like safety and security. But it comes at the cost of losing yourself. Boundaries. So important for this. But, you know, because as a child, you would lose everything if you didn't have like the love of your parental figure, whoever's taking care of you. So I feel like it gets wired into us as adults, like the big fear of being alone, having people not care about you. Hello Gonzo, welcome in. But it's important to find things that make you happy because you want to do them, not because other people will think that you're cool, it'll give you status, etc. Don't like romanticize this thing to be seen in a certain way, you know. Doing things because you genuinely want to do them is really hard, I think, if it's like something that you're not used to looking for. So it's been hard to find people who could love you for you when you speak up and make boundaries and everyone leaves. Yeah, and that's the hardest thing too, is like when you try to speak up and make boundaries and then, you know, you effectively find punishment for it, because then it reinforces the idea of like, okay, well then I'll just never speak up. Because clearly every time I speak up, there's problems. So the solution is just to not ever speak up. Ever. But it comes like there's always a consequence, you know? It's just like hard because it's like you have to find the people that will respect it. That is the most like difficult thing. And it's hard because and that's why like promoting this, like, this reflection, everything's so important because I think more and more people need to be aware of it. Like, I feel like compassion can be, like, built and given and, like, nurtured and explored. Like, it's so important. Because I think everyone has so much love to give in the proper conditions. Everyone's a flower. And they can bloom in their garden with the right conditions. When it comes to relationships, for the longest time, you're the guy who'd give disproportionately, whether it's love or material things. You would not go a minging day without giving your partners, even when you had nothing. You're pretty sure it goes back to everything we've talked about so far. Because at the end of the day, we just want to be loved and accepted. I feel the fundamental desire for everyone. Hello, bad boy. Start with some beers? Conversation hits particularly close to home because you lost your joy of playing video games for a long time because you were always thinking it was useless and childish. Gaining back that joy has been such a fucking mood booster. I'm glad. Because there's so many things I feel like that we're taught to, like, repress and shame about ourselves. And that's why knowing yourself is so important. Because other people can try to police you, tell you, like, whether it's like painting or dancing, video games, anything like that, like parents will have pushback on like arts and stuff like that. But like creative expressions are really important because it's how you connect with yourself. It's a lot to take in and you feel like you're at a point where you're catching some of these things fast and able to fix previous ones. Feels like a constant pull down. What is your idea of fixing though? Because I feel like it's important to also understand that you're not broken too. Like there's nothing wrong with you. Whether or not you have like bad coping mechanisms and things that you can improve on, I think it's important to not weigh yourself with like shame too. I think it's important to give yourself kindness and empathy and flexibility, because you can't hate yourself. You can't hustle yourself into a version that you like. It's the completion and succeed at challenge mentality. That's the first thing your mind goes to. I feel like it's important to like challenge these thoughts about yourself. I recommend reading so many books because it's like you can't hate yourself into a version that you love. You can't punish yourself, you can't talk down, you can't shame yourself, you can't question yourself. You have to love and nurture yourself. You have to tell yourself, like, we're not going to talk to ourselves this way anymore. You have to tell yourself, like, just stand up for yourself, against yourself. And it could be really hard, but you have to, break those cycles in your head. Because that's where they all are. Hate being plagued with the thought and feeling, and even proof from supposed friends who don't give you any love, attention, care, while they give it easily to everyone else. They are not enough. That not being enough is something that I've struggled with for so much of my life. They have to try so much harder than everyone else to be the person anyone wants to spend a second around. Yeah. It's hard. Because it's, oh man. So much of my life felt very much like a person. If you imagine life like this cabin, I always, so much of my life, I always felt like I was just a kid sitting outside in the snow, peering in through the windows. And I felt like everyone was in on something that I just didn't understand. And it drove me nuts. Like, I felt like I was always missing something. It's so hard. And I felt like if people, loved me enough, I could be welcomed into this world. It's not real. The one statement you just made takes me back to something I said before. You were usually told you as a kid to be emotional, but then if you felt emotional, you end up with a closed hand upside your head. So you learn to isolate and become inexpressive. I think it's important to examine ourselves and the things that we do to ourselves as well, too, I am enough. Thank you, Ryan. I work very hard on this. I know that I am now. It's important, but it's like a lot of people. The important thing about these, topics and things is to have it internalized, even in your moments of weakness. You can think highly of yourself on good days, but it's the bad days where it really counts. When you feel like shit and it feels like the world's falling down around you, you have to be in your corner. I have a lot of issues with like savior complexes and stuff like that where I always wanted someone else to save me. And I would compensate by trying to save and fix other people. But only you can save yourself. Only you can fix yourself. When you feel the world crumbling around you, like, it's important that you are able, you know, you have to nurture yourself to have a part of you that is strong enough when it feels like shit's hitting the fan to lift the roof, you know, over your head and tell you that everything's gonna be okay. This is something that plays a lot into like relationship dynamics because we tend to search for people to save ourselves if we have these like issues too, you know? No, we cannot hate ourselves in a version we could love. A mantra for your entire life. I'm trying to change everything about you, including every physical attribute. Yeah. It's so important when you have self-loathing like habits to know that you can't hate yourself into something you're eventually okay with. You have to learn to love yourself. There's no other choice. When you recognize one issue and its root, more come up as you think about it, just a lot to swallow as you dig deeper. It's definitely a lot. That's why, like, people always recommend therapy because, you know, when you're digging deep into yourself, it's good to have help. One parent would nurture being emotional and vulnerable while the other would criticize and punish for it. That's always hard when you have, like, disorganized upbringings like that. Because you don't know. It's, like, unreliable. You're losing sight of how this tied into boundaries will be back. It all just plays in together. This feeling of being in this bubble, an outsider, it is. And like what breaks my heart is that like I know that like I'm not alone. Like growing up, I've had this feeling and I've held on to that feeling because I know a lot of people experience that. And it goes back into everyone just wants to feel loved and connected and like they belong. You're still in the deep dive and accepting that there's a lot to work on and there's no timetable and working through it. Yeah, it's always a lot to process, you know? Here's the thing, in your case, it was both you, your mom, and your grandma who do everything you said, say it's good, and then not be given the chance to do it. But you're a high person? Oh, yeah. When you feel like shit, you always have to remember that you are enough and you're getting better at it. Yeah, give yourself, like, that leeway. Recognize the efforts that you've put in. And I feel like it's also, you know, like, it's important to avoid toxic positivity, too. Like, it's important to acknowledge when things are bad. But just like the Animal Crossing quote, you know, times that are bad are just like bad times. You're not bad. Times are bad. They're just bad times. You'll be okay. The sun goes down, but the sun always comes up. You went hard saving other people as well, and you think the few times you've really felt like breaking down from utter relief was when someone actually appeared to stand up for you and speak on your behalf? Yeah. It's really difficult when you're used to giving and helping other people, and people can do that for you. But I feel like a lot of that can lead to, like, unhealthy dynamics as well. But it's just... it's nice when people understand you, where you're coming from, and treat you the way that you've treated other people as well. But it's important, as people pleasers, to put boundaries for how much we're willing to give, too. Going back to boundaries. You encourage seeking therapy, it's helping you, and you were a piece of work. I feel like everyone's always got things. You know, they're like knots, where it's really hard to work through. You see the blankie? Yes, it's a BiteLap for coziness. It's actually shocking how many people deal with the same issues. 100%. There's slight variations. That's why I feel like mental health is something that should be, like, discussed a lot more. It makes me sad thinking that it could be taboo, because I think a lot of people suffer silently very similar things. Like, it's just like, again, we just want the same thing. We're afraid of the same thing. Magic Daybound, Nightbound? This is fantastic. Wow. So it happens because you guys are here to communicate, you know, have these conversations with me and discuss these things. So thanks for being here. I'm glad you are enjoying good conversations. It's always good to reflect. Hello, Nina. Welcome in. My sister and I always talk about introspection as like a hobby of ours. I think it's always good to have self-reflection. you know, it's really nice to be treated well. Your friends tell you that you're cross-eyed baseline things? It's like the one me with the guy in the butterfly. Oh, a normal connection. Oh, praising baseline things. Thank you, Victor. Also, hello, welcome in. Thank you for being here, Venora. I hope you're doing okay. Praising baseline things, and you're the one me with the guy. Yes. I understand. Yeah. That's why it's like, it's important to find people that treat you the way you deserve, and it's important to understand that this is the standard, and anyone who doesn't meet that standard isn't someone that you should spend time with, you know? Might like something. Long shopping trip, doing some holiday shopping. I remember seeing something on like Twitter that was talking about how it's like really important for the people too, when you have someone who's kind of like adjusting to what should be sort of like baseline like kindness and respect in social circles, it's important to make sure that people receiving it understand that this is the minimum and that people should be exceeding like that treatment. Having a healthy friend group is something that I think is less common. At least, like, my understanding of, like, friend groups and stuff like that is, like, I thought, you know, like, people would be... Because you can have friends, but that doesn't necessarily always mean that they're good for you, that their values will always align with you, that they're, like, good people, that, you know, their beliefs and stuff align with you. So, it's important. When you find your people, I think it's really, really important. I'm gonna lurk for a bit, gonna go handle something. Okay, I hope everything's okay, Joseph. Thank you for hanging out. A lot of household stuff crapped out today. Oh no, so not exactly. Like appliances? That's always like no fun when things stop working. My chalky milk is getting warmer. Tricky boundaries topic? Alright. If someone you're close to is doing something you think is self-detrimental, would you point it out to them? As context specific. The idea was presented with the idea that friends will only point out things they actually care about the other person. I feel like if you feel like your friend is engaging in something that is potentially harmful, I feel like there's not any harm in like pointing out, you know, like bringing up the situation to them and talking with them. If that makes sense, you know, like I don't think there's anything wrong if you were to bring up something to a friend out of like concern. It depends. Because I don't think, like, I think if you care about someone, I think you can do, you know, like, wellness checks. Just being like, oh, hey, like, I don't mean to pry, but I noticed, you know, XYZ behavior, and I was just wondering if everything's, like, you know, like, how you're doing. I don't, like, because I feel like it's important to not come to them with, like, judgment in mind, because everyone has different needs, different experiences, etc. And I think if you just approach them from like a non-judgmental way, just kind of like checking in with how they're doing, etc. I think that I don't think it's, if you know, like, because it sounds like if you're approaching from a position of concern, I think a discussion would be important. But I also feel like it's like with opinions where it's like, you can never understand like another person's, like, you can't understand exactly a person's like perspective, you know, like their shoes. You can always visualize it. There's, you know, empathy, sympathy, but you can never exactly be in their shoes. So it's important with these things because it doesn't have to necessarily do with you, IMO. And it's just kind of like important, I think, to also be honest with yourself about why you're approaching that friend, because it's like you also have to understand, like, that you can't parent your friends as well. The only I get, and the more I define my boundaries, the smaller your friend group gets. Things become clear when you can recognize the people who are in your life for personal gain. 100%. I definitely am not as, like, social and open as I was before, but, I feel a lot more safe and secure that my group of friends that I keep aren't the type of people who would say stuff behind my back, that would engage in, like, petty jealousy, etc. Friends is so important. You feel blessed to find a great group that feels like family is very important. Older, not only always. I had a feeling. Cabin looking cozy. Hello, Rise. Very cozy, right? You alienated your primary friend group by prioritizing work over having a good time. Now you have financial stability, but money don't buy happiness for real. I feel like it's kind of difficult because it's like balancing these things can be really hard, and financial stability is really important. But so is having like a good, healthy, like social friend group too. So it's difficult. For you, you're very confrontational, so yes. You think you've been lucky to have not lost any friends who felt that you were interfering beyond their boundaries. But overall, I think it's to establish that kind of relationship with people you care about. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that go into that. Like, I feel like if you're in your group of friends, you know, it's like, it goes hand in hand with, like, assuming positive intent, where it's just kind of, like, depending on, like, your approach as well, where it's, like, you know, just, like, a lot of it depends, like, on the context and everything, but it's, like, I do think that it's, like, healthy to just kind of, like, check in with friends and be, like, hey, because there's nothing wrong with that, in that sense, you know, of being, like, hey, like, I noticed this kind of thing was, like, going on. I just want to make sure, you know, like, how are you? Is everything okay? Am I understanding the situation correctly? Like, and just be like, well, my experience is my 2 cents, etc. Opinions can be tricky, though, because sometimes I fully believe in, like, inflicting opinions is, like, a thing. I don't mean to pry, but I noticed things don't look very cash money. Yeah. Depends on the wellness check. Pam did one on you last Friday and the cops went in your apartment because you weren't answering your phone? I mean, like, not like literal, like, police wellness check, but I mean, like, wellness check your friends texting me like, hey, how you doing? Limited to only caring about the other person. Maybe it's more likely to happen. Some people are likely to notice and say something too. You would, but preface from a place of concern, safety, good place. Yeah. I feel like, you know, I definitely think if you care about someone and you've noticed something is up, I think reaching out is generally a good practice, but it's always in your approach that determines whether or not it's good or bad. And your intention, you know? The approach. That definitely aligns with your take as well. Intention matters as presentation? Yes. Conversation you heard a while back on Twitch. You figured you present the idea? Yes. Takes a lot of energy, so you don't hold people for not doing so. Like, oh, it's important to establish. Feeling hesitant, uncomfortable doing so, it does take. It's quite a bit of an investment, I think, to curate, like, a safe environment like that. It's definitely wrong to approach friends about self-judgmental behavior, especially if it's relationship-based, like 100%. But I do think that it's really, really important to be able to bring those things up. And it's on both parties where it's like, you know, person who's doing the approaching should, you know, do it in a very non-accusatory way. And the person who is being, you know, set down with this should also have an open mind of understanding and knowing that this person has no ill intent and they're just coming from a place of concern. You know, that they just care about you and want to make sure that you're happy. I know that a lot of people tend to get frustrated with this because it's like they tend to feel like the other person is trying to say that, like sometimes depending, because it's hard because a lot of it is like in the approach, but it's also important for the receiver who's being sat down to know that it's not like the other person is trying to tell them what to do, etc., that they're just trying to check on them. But, you know, like I said, a lot of it's dependent on both parties in the way that this entire situation is just kind of like approached and handled. You also hope that friends could understand that you're taking time to pursue something important to you and would be empathetic about it. Yeah. Communication was missing here as well. I feel like it's so important. And that's why, again, like, having a good, healthy friend group like that is important. We're able to communicate these things without it starting huge problems. You know, for sure there are friends who go deep underground, out of contact for months, sometimes even years, to do their own things with job, finances. You're here for them when they're able to get out of this and know that it's common for people you know in the arts community to disappear for months. I feel that. Like, I have an artist friend that I haven't talked to probably since, like, pre-pandemic, but I know that if I were to message her, like, it'd be like, I know that we're still friends. I feel like that's part of, like, adulthood, is, like, understanding that these things, it's just kind of how it is. And that if we were to pick up that thread again, there's not going to be any ill feelings about the passage of time. Friendships with you there to pick up after a while. If people want to be friends with you still, they're the kind of people who understand you've got to do what you can for yourself, I presume, your life. That you do. So you gotta take care of you, too. Taking care of yourself is important. And everything in life requires, at the very least, our time. So, it's important to recognize that. My needs. How are we feeling? Vibe check. We've been talking for 2 hours. That's why your whole last month in journaling is spent on exactly that. Journaling is so good. I love journaling. Hello, Dragon! Mental Health Mondays, yay! Ooh, by the way, I got my cookies in the other week. Hope you enjoyed. Feeling good? That's good. First says, I'm hungry. It's 5:30. Alright, I'm going to BRB to feed her and hopefully not run over her paws. Rubbing herself all over my legs. Pretty heavy, glad it's every other week. I feel like every other week is good because it can be taxing talking about these things. Because we tackle a lot of topics. We're sitting here conversing for a long time about a lot of deep things. Therapy sessions are only like, what, an hour or something? So, I'm gonna talk for a long time. But, okay. I'm gonna be my cat, so I will be right back. You guys can take this time, I don't know, get another snack or something. Think about things you might want to discuss with others if you feel like sharing them. But till then, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Totally stuffed my face with an Oreo. It was very yummy. Alright. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Oh my god. I'll put that down so there's no advertisement. Thank you, Duo, for the kind message. Thank you for your patience. The baby is fed. I grabbed a snack. We're ready to go. Thanks. I realized that I forgot to address another question that was asked like super earlier. So bringing it back, someone had asked, what if people super emotional dump in public spaces or voice serious issues to a general internet space too? You're eating bread? What kind of bread? And I feel like that is an interesting thing to kind of like tackle. I feel like it just kind of generally depends. Because to me it sounds very similar to like emotional dumping. There we go. And like, that's probably fine. But yeah. Cause I feel like within reason, like, because if there's like super, oh my god, sounds like another advertisement. Hi BBH. Hello Shiucha, welcome in. Because I feel like there's like time and place for things, and I feel like if you have like super like emotional issues, I don't think that a public space or general internet spaces are like the right places to really like manage that necessarily. I feel like that's like a less ideal place. Isn't that the point of Big Comfy Couch channel on Discord, or are you misunderstanding the question? Well, the question specifically is, what if people like super emotional dump in public spaces or even voice serious issues to a general internet space? I feel like it depends. I'm thinking of like, I don't know, going on Reddit and like talking about these things. And I feel like it kind of depends. Like, it depends on if the public space is dedicated for it or not. I'm assuming this is like out of a proper space. So it's like if someone were to emotionally dump in like Gen Chat, more so. Or like if, I don't know, if you're on like a forum, I guess. And just like a dump there. It sounds like it's dumping in like an inappropriate place, but I'm not sure. But I mean, like, I feel like, cause like in the Big Comfy Couch, for example, like it is like a rant space for us if people like need it. But the nice thing about it is that people can choose whether or not to engage with it. You're not like, and I feel like that's true of, sorry, I'm like also just my shirt. I feel like that's true of like any space on the internet too, is like if it's super public, there's no, it's like less direct. It could be kind of hard. I feel like if, like, I feel like for the most part, it's either gonna be because someone doesn't know. I mean, a lot of it's like, hopefully, if it's a legitimate thing, they have no one else to turn to, which also sucks. Or, I don't know, they have a misappropriate idea of how to, or inappropriate, not misappropriate, inappropriate idea of like how to process these things. It's hard. Because like super emotional and very serious are kind of big, but a lot of it kind of like depends. Yeah, it's definitely like, in private it's better. If you have no one to approach, I feel like it's really, it's difficult too, you know, a lot of it's kind of like context. But, let me see. Sounds like the context of emotional up is critical to the reception. If it's in a space where it's accepted, expected, there shouldn't be an issue, but if they're actively disrupting a space where someone wants or not allowed, it can be an issue. I agree with that. And hello, Mike, welcome in. Like, I feel like a lot of it, you know, depends on context. But I don't think you necessarily have to choose to engage. I feel like if you have serious issues, they should be tailored to more specific circumstances and individuals, you know? It's like why I have this like here, like if someone were to come, for example, and just like emotionally dump on me, like one, it's disrespectful, two, this is why we talk about having boundaries with emotional dumping. And like with that too, I think it's also important to recognize that if people emotionally dump, being like a people pleaser or anything like that, you could also choose to not engage. Like, if someone comes and dumps something super emotionally heavy in my chat, I try to be respectful, but I try not to engage with it either. Raising a serious concern in a group setting about a specific person. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, if you were to do something like that, then I feel like that's more public shame for sure. I would agree with that. But I mean, like, if someone comes into the chat and is like, I had a terrible day, and just dump all of these things, like, all these serious issues that they're dealing with, I feel like it's hard because as a curator of that space, I'd be like, I'm sorry this is happening to you. I hope things improve. Just kind of like short, sweet, like, I acknowledge that you've said this, but like I'm not gonna respond. I'm not gonna feed into like an emotional response, etc., because this isn't the space for it. But I don't want to be dismissive of their issues as well. And a lot of the time I'll be like, oh, like, you're in our Discord, right? Or something like that. Like, oh, like, you can talk about, you know, we have the big comfy couch if you'd like to talk about it more, is usually what I lean to, where I'm like, if there's something more serious, because that's the appropriate space for it. And I think it's important to have like those spaces, because it's very human to have, you know, emotional experiences like that where you need someone to like talk to. But it's important to recognize the appropriate spaces, you know, to have these conversations. Because I know that's something that's like brought up from time to time on like stream or Twitter, is like people are like, don't emotionally dump on your streamer, because it's really hard, because it's like there's like a living person on the screen and you could just talk about your feelings and their person that's right there. But it's important to consider like the streamer, you know, it's inconsiderate to just emotionally dump like that, but it's important, I think, to, you know, like some people will just straight up ignore it, but it's like, for me, it's like, I'm very like, I mean, like, I feel for you, but I can't, unfortunately, like, I cannot like engage. I would like to engage on my own terms, because it's hard when people emotionally dump like that, because then it's like they just kind of word vomit in your chat and everyone sees it. If you have chat like me on the screen, it's like there, and choosing not to acknowledge it is an action in itself too. So but yeah, thank you, Riora. It goes with like a boundary management. Good morning, Nolly. Going back to Victor, I'd like to raise this question because it's something I've struggled with in the past. Let's say you have a friend in your group who's gotten into a relationship, but you as a group feel, but don't really know for sure, that it's getting toxic. They don't hang out as much with you anymore. They're getting distant with little details, always stressed and feeling isolated. How do I handle that, or perhaps what are your general rules or MOs to keep their well-being in check? Ooh, that's a really good question. Hello, Hasamide. What's up? I had to deal with this a lot when you're a bartender. The meme about people using bartenders as therapists is very real. I heard that about bartenders and also about hairdressers. And it's just hard because it's like, again, it goes like, if you have a positive and like healthy friend group, hopefully you have people that are confident so you can approach with these issues, you know. It's important to have these safe spaces. But yes. I'm gonna make sure my door is closed. Sorry, we have guests over. Okay, so in response to Victor's question, I feel like it can definitely be hard, because I know so many people, when they get into relationships, tend to disappear. And you know, a lot of it is like, of course you want to approach it tactfully and you don't mean to be like mean or anything, and you just kind of want to like check in and see how people are doing. So I think it's important to understand that there's only so much that you can do. First and foremost, there are only so many things that you can do to help a person. If a person is going to leave, you can't pull them out, you know? They have to choose to leave, and you can help them with leaving, but you can't pull them out. So it's important to do that. So I feel like it would be good to do like routine checks as much as you feel comfortable. Like if they don't hang out, like what are the reasons for like not hanging out? If they get distant with little details, I feel like if it's getting into a toxic situation, if they're distant with details, I feel like it's not good to like push too much if they're uncomfortable with sharing, because you also don't know if it is getting toxic, if the person they're in a relationship with is also monitoring them too. So it's important, because it's like I've talked to people before, it's like their SOs will like monitor their logs, so they would have to delete messages. So Discord can be like, if you communicate with them with Discord, that could be kind of good, because I think Discord allows you to cleanly delete messages in DMs, I think, without having to worry those things, if I remember correctly with my conversations with this friend. Yeah, it can get really bad, and it's like it's important to approach these things like tactfully and smartly without getting them in these situations too. You can always go with the idea of remember that they know the relationship best. Always remember to invite them whenever possible. Yeah, I think that's always important. But that's getting into like more drastic things. Hopefully it doesn't get like that severe. I also feel like my monitor, my meter for these things is also a little bit whack, but we're required to keep a deep archive. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's like, hopefully they're not getting to that point. But for the most part, it's like for sure, like, still keep inviting them. I feel like just keep inviting them and see how often. Maybe change things up of like, were they physically isolated? Like, do they live further away? Because like, being into a situation that was toxic, I couldn't hang out with friends a lot anymore. I was also shamed a lot from hanging out with my friends, so I would always make up excuses. In the event that it is a toxic relationship, the last thing you want them to feel is that they betrayed us and that we're leaving them in response. I mean, I feel like as long as you keep like inviting them and just kind of like checking in with them, I think that's really, like, I feel like that's all you could really do, because ultimately, like, they have to come to you about the situation if it's like something that's like toxic or something that they need to leave. I think that as long as you're kind of like checking in and being positive, and I think like really reiterating, like, if you need anything, let me know. Like, if you're having a bad day and you just need to get out of the house, call me. I will always be there for you. Stuff like that is really useful. Because this is stuff they will take to heart. At least I did in my situation. I don't speak about it often, but I did have a situation years ago where I had to flee my living situation. I had to drop everything and I had to call a friend to get me out ASAP. Because this person had also isolated me 2.5 hours from most people I knew. My closest friends, one was an hour away, and one person usually went to bed at 4, or not went to bed. They had work at 4 in the morning, and it was like around 10 at night. I didn't even know they were awake, and they were 30 minutes away, and they were the next closest person to get me out of that place. So thankfully, these friends had always told me too, like, if you need anything, I will like drop everything. I'll, like, if you want to get out of the house, like, they were very clear on like, if you need anything, you can call me. So when it came to a situation where it's like, if something is like really intense, I think as long as you put those things out there, they know that they can. And in my situation, it's like, you have that like safety, that reliability. Just kind of like every so often, like letting them know, I think it's like good. But like when things happen, it's ultimately up to the person in the relationship who's experiencing these things to make the calls too. Yeah, it's like a friend safety net. You're just kind of like as a friend in this situation, you kind of have to, you gotta be there, just kind of like check. I think it's important to like monitor, look out for red flags. But a lot of it is just like, if they're in a toxic situation, like, you can't force them to leave someone who's toxic. It's like an infuriating thing. It sucks, it's hard, but like, they have to be the person to leave the environment, depending on like what happens, etc. But I think it's really important to like have people that are like nearby or are willing to be like on call and like, are able to like jump up and go if you need it. Yeah, and you don't want to, yeah, it's important to also, like, respect their space, too, you know, it all depends on the situation, but it's like, you know, I think just reminding them, like, every so often, like, hey, you know, like, if you ever need a day to, like, hang out, like, I can come over, I can come get you, you know, if anything happens, if you have an emergency, etc. But you don't want to also be like, I know, so-and-so ain't treating you so well. And, you know, drive that, like, rift. Yeah. It's important just to be like, hey, you know, like, in kind of like a general vague sense, like, if you need anything, I'm here, sort of thing. I think is important. You know, because it's also up to them how much they disclose, but speaking specifically that it is like in vague terms, it's important to offer yourself just as vaguely, like, hey, just in case. Because I'm sure if you tell them just in case, because I'm sure, I feel like, for the most part, based off my own experiences, like, as long as you're not being assumptive, being like, you know, like, explicitly stating things, if you're vague and say things like, if anything happens is code for, like, if shit hits the fan, I'm sure people will understand. They'll catch your drift. If things are kind of toxic, they're already a little bit aware to a degree, but they're rationalizing it. But I'm sure it's like they'll keep what you said in their back pocket if necessary, and will hopefully never have to use it. So sounds like you're respecting those boundaries to me. Yeah. I feel like it's you know, just being kind of like vague of like, if you need for any reason, I got you. I feel like that's kind of like an easy, vague-ish, you know, way of letting them know. Appreciate the thoughts. Maybe it's you getting in your own head about, like, what would success look like when dealing with something like this? Like, if nothing actually comes out of your efforts, or feels that way and you feel shitty about it. I mean, like, I feel like as long as you're not outright insinuating, like, yeah, it kind of seems like they're treating you like shit, so if you need anything, I'm here. Like, I don't know, I just feel like Stars is saying, in general, never bad to let people know you're available to them if they need and, like, reassure them. But I think that it's important to also just, like, don't say anything assumptive about the relationship. You know? That could almost be selfish because you're expecting something to almost work out in your favor, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like success is that the relationship is actually healthier, or that, like, you know, if it's like a rough patch, because it depends, like, because it, and I always go towards like it's something toxic because it sounds like they're isolation tactics and that they're stressed with the relationship. Like, if they don't hang out and they're distant with details, like withholding information, it sounds like they're being isolated from you guys as a friend group. So constant contact, not constant contact, but semi-regular contact is important. Because I think worst case scenario is like, I don't know, worst case scenario can look like a couple different things at this point, honestly. But it's just like, checking in with them every so often, being like, hey, how are you doing? How have you been these days? Every so often. But it's like harder because it's like, hopefully if the person who's closest to them in the friend group knows how they're doing generally, for the most part. Yeah, like if it's the whole getting toxic thing sets off like alarm bells in my head. It's very much like isolation is a big red flag to me. So I would already be like on guard with like if I suspect isolation tactics are happening, because it's also happened to me. It's horrifying. It's terrifying, and you always want to make sure that they know that they're not actually alone. And I'm sure, like, if you're, like, telling them, checking in with them, you know, that if they need anything, that you're there, I don't think they'd ever feel like you betrayed them. Unless you were, like, bad-mouthing their SO, telling them, you gotta break up with that guy or girl, like, you gotta leave him in the dust, you just, you know. I mean, you could tell them probably, like, you deserve to be treated better is probably, like, a valid statement, depending, but, you know. You want to be with someone you can bring to hang with their friends and fam. If friends don't vibe, probably not a vibe. Never isolate family's family if they got a vibe with family. Yeah. If someone is shamed for their toxic situation, it can be counterintuitively offensive to directly insinuate that you know something's going on. Yeah, like, these sort of things require a lot of very much, like, tact, too, because it's like, you can't comment directly on it. That's why vague things like, if you need anything, if any, you know, like, if you have any late night emergencies or help with anything, I'm only like a phone call away is good. But it all, you know, it depends. Be careful, because like in situations like these, they can get, people who are in these situations can be reactive. They can feel like, you know, you're trying to say something and get defensive if they're like in denial. It depends. It can be tough. You're just generally like the most intense person among your friends, so you can imagine it's just so awkward sometimes having to step back like that, even if it's a routine for you to do so in the past. Yeah. It's difficult, I think. But it's like, you just have to trust people to live their life. You can't be responsible for their decisions and such. You want to see your partner's friend's family and you want them to see yours? Yeah, I feel like that should be like what you're working towards too. Generally, but I mean that's my own like views on it. Unless it's your family, you avoid them. I mean things are different always. Drop everything, drive over. Gotta bounce. All right, thank you for being here, Derby. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Claudia's too good for them. I feel like it could be hard sometimes too, because it's like for the most part. But I think like that's why like found family is important. Not necessarily like blood family, but like people that you consider and regard as important and as family. I think that if you have a significant other, I think it's generally good and healthy to make sure that everyone gets along really well. Because they're all people that are important to you in some way. But if we're talking red flags, I think it's a red flag when people don't have a lot of friends. Personally. So I would consider like that person's friends, etc. And a person's prior history, etc. Just how things are. I think another good check is the person who your friend is dating, who may potentially be toxic, is what their past relationships were like. Because if all their exes were crazy, it's probably not going to end well for your friend as well. So, important to keep that in mind, if possible, but it's just like, not everyone's also privy to that information, so it could be tricky, but yeah. All the times you became a part of his entire social life? Yep, because you were willing to give everything. Yeah. I didn't have many friends. I feel like a lot of the time I wind up in those situations because it's like, oh, like you're not very understood, but I can understand you. Dynamic of becoming their everything. Always like lacing into codependency sort of things. You have a few cool exes. I think it's important and mature to have that, if possible. I don't think it's like always possible. Quora, thank you for the follow. It's a great point, and it kind of does really incentivize you to play Uncle and get to know their SOs first before things get to that point. Yeah. I think it's, you know, there's like a couple things that I think can be flags about people. Just people, too, you know. But it also, you know, like if they're dating, it's also up to the person to kind of get to know them, too, instead of just like dating them super quick. I was feeling that shit dynamic. I can fix them. Never, never, ever. Never, ever. Never again. Do not ever. Just big red flag. Never. No. You cannot fix anyone. You cannot change anyone. You take them as they are. And your idea of their potential is just what you would do in their situation. Everything there is on the table. You take it or leave it. Your ex is chill for the most part. You've only had like one not good one. Yeah. You have a few cool exes, but not many. It's just that there's so many of them. Hey, me too. You know the vibes, interrogation, darkroom, JK, but not really. Let their actions tell you who they are, you know? Falling for potential worst idea. I've so been there. I think it's really easy to fall for that. I think that's something that a lot of people are really prone to growing up, probably. It was an important point for me to like reflect on as well, is like, again, people's actions show you who they are, what they're working towards, what they might have. possessions and stuff like that, jobs, etc., I think are all not permanent. You know, they're like semi-permanent, I guess, but things can always change. And I think the most indicative thing about a person is always going to be their actions, like how they choose to behave. So things they might be working towards, things that they might have, etc. Like, and the idea of like potential, I think, is a very, very slippery slope. Exes are crazy? Not all of them, hopefully. Not all exes can be crazy. You fell for them for a reason, right? Due to your upbringing, you're kind of a sucker for those fairy tale relationships? All your exes were similar? Felt so called out when someone pointed out? Yeah. When I was growing up, a lot of my exes were very similar too. I had like a very much like a type. But a lot of it tended to be like reenactment. You know, falling for the potential of someone, with more in love with the idea or the ideal of a person than the actual person was an issue a lot of the time too. Yes, you can always ask a question, Sincerely Nolly. Shoot another question. My parents made you think love is like magical, fix everything? No, man. We talk about love. God. Love as a concept, I feel, is so like glamorized and dressed up and sold. It's never ever like magic. It is definitely not always pretty. It's work. It's definitely work. Your exes were all different except for one issue. Manipulative in their own way. I think it's also important too, though, to like recognize your own failings in relationships. Your ex is crazy. Let me correct that. Oh my gosh. That's why it's like important to like take time after relationships as well, to like reflect on ways that you might have contributed negatively to the relationship. Otherwise, because it's like it is impossible to say that all the problems in the relationship were due to one person. You have to acknowledge that you were human and you probably contributed to some issues as well, and it's important to figure out what those were and how you can be better. There can, of course, be primary reasons for why a relationship falls apart with someone, because, you know, maybe there's like mistreatment and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's important to acknowledge your failings in a relationship. A lot of work and compassion, understanding. People really have to want to work as a team and not be against each other. Yeah, I think working together as a team is something that's very important. The idea of working together and not against each other, I think, is very crucial. It's always really hard. Relationships are hard too, because it's like, I feel like most people's relationships growing up are modeled like your parents modeled that for you. Mine divorced, so don't like that when they like the idea of you but don't like you. I just want to be liked for me. Yeah, I know that feeling. It creates a lot of issues if people like the potential of you, the idea of you, what they think you are, instead of what you actually are. So, Mr. Girl Racer, you fucked that one up. The one that got away. Your issues were having no boundaries, being unhappy yourself, not giving any time for you. Yep. I have a lot of those issues too. It's all about communication and comprehension. I know that like one of my biggest issues was just I'm really bad at communicating, so it's like whenever I had issues, I a lot of the time would have a hard time bringing them up, and then like I feel like issues that like really matter to me, I was really bad at communicating them, and I would occasionally bring them up, but like I don't know, it was really difficult. I had a lot of like self-esteem issues too. Like when I look back, I know that the big rampant issue, which I'd mentioned earlier, is just that like I would have issues and then I would have a hard time confronting them about it. Also because like I had a lot of like wounding from my very first relationship, because in my very first relationship, he left me for someone else, but didn't tell me that he did, but I knew that he did, and also told me that I was too needy. So that one is something that I still struggle with a lot, because then it's like, I will never have problems ever again. Ta-da! But of course, that just leads to you being unhappy and leaving. Why can't I meet someone like you that isn't you? Oh my god, it's one of the worst things one can hear. That is frustrating! Being easily swayed to want to become the perfect girlfriend in every way, physically, mentally, emotionally. You communicated well, but the other person would either shut you down or gaslight you into thinking your issue wasn't important. That's always so hard, because you want someone who values you as much as you value them. Like, it has to be a two-way street. But it's hard to find that person. But you have to do your work in curating that environment as well. And you're becoming another person for the sake of a partner's want always ended up badly. And I feel like a lot of the time, if this is a pattern across multiple relationships, it's really important to work on breaking that pattern too, because it's self-sabotage. I'd love your opinion on this. For context, I'm already with someone and I'm very happy. I have this friend who told me she had a crush on you and you set your boundaries and also told them you're straight, but she continuously playfully flirts with you without realizing she does. It was your partner who pointed it out. I noticed lately that she's not being nice to your partner. Should you confront this person? What do you think? Is my important question. How do you feel about your friend? Question 1. How do you feel about your friend? Question 2. Does it bother you that she flirts with you? Question 3. How do you feel about how she treats your partner? I think these are important things to consider. Because it's up to you. You personally fight everyone who says you're too needy? Thank you. I appreciate it. My metric for my needs in a relationship are like super broken, it feels like, because I have a huge issue with asserting myself in relationships. It's so bad it all compounds, because then it's like, do I communicate or do I just not communicate? Because now if I communicate, is it a problem? Am I too needy? Do I ask for too much? That's why it's important to be on my own so that I know how to fight for myself. You know? Hi, Baker! Yes, take a seat. You've been told you're too needy and too affectionate, both that and prior mentioned them being an issue? Yeah. I mean, I remember in my, it was a high school relationship, it was my first relationship, but it was like I could feel that my partner at the time was like drifting, and I was trying really hard to like, probably in very unhealthy ways, to try to like get their attention and get some more validation. But it was going on for so long, and they probably just weren't really feeling as close to me either, but, we weren't very good at communicating in a healthy way in high school, of course, so. But it's this type of thing where it's like, even though I recognize that it's a different situation, it was uncalled for, etc., it was still something that I took very personally at the time, and it's still something that I struggle with to this day, let me see. I wish I could be with someone like you. I'm right here. Oh my gosh. I'm sure tigers would work plus you too. I'm a guy like me. You tweaking straight tweaking. You confront that person. If they don't respect that, I'd put some space. Yeah. You always want communication now. You don't like the silence? Oh yeah. Why am I even here if you want someone that's not actually me? Yeah. Hello, Swagnarok! Your ex claimed that you're needy, but now that you're with the right person, that has never come up even once. Yeah, like I feel like it's kind of like important. I feel like everyone just kind of has like different metrics for like communication, and I feel like, communication is how we connect with other people, and it's important that if you're gonna find like a life partner, that the way you communicate is always the same. If you have like issues, there better be quick ways of resolving it, or if not, there's probably, with all the people in the world, probably someone that you'll gel better with. Welcome back, Joseph. I hope everything's all good. That shit always hurts. Exactly. It's like they're trying to be nice, but it's actually really hurtful to hear. Yeah. You had an ex tell you just because you're talking doesn't mean you're communicating? Ooh. That's a really good quote, in my opinion, too. It stuck with you for a decade. Because it's true, you can talk with someone, but like talking doesn't necessarily mean that you're communicating. Communicating is, conveying things, and listening is part of communicating. Given that communication is the basis of a good dynamic, I get this, yeah. I think a lot of the time, too needy is used when the person doesn't want to give you what you need, not related to the quantity of needs. I feel like it's like a mismatch. I feel like it can be. I mean, I feel like for like, at the time, like when he had said it, I feel like on my reflections on it, it was probably that he wasn't feeling as committed to the relationship for whatever reason. Didn't necessarily have to do with me. I think it's important to recognize, because I'm sure back then I would have felt that I just wasn't enough in some way or another, because those were common feelings that I had. And he just didn't want to communicate that with me, so I just took it very like personally, Your needs aren't being complained about? That's good! There's a difference between talking at/to someone versus talking with them. Yeah. yeah. Talking over each other, just at each other? Oh, yeah. Oh, you want to talk with your family and your dad? Oh, that sounds good. I hope all is well and good, and hopefully you feel better. Like Duo said, talking with someone? Oh, yeah. It's weird being dumped for no reason. Yeah. Sometimes people just don't gel. I think that it's important. I feel like if things reach the point where that happens, you know, it can be really sad, but because I used to like stretch my relationships out for like really long too. But I think that it's important. I think ending things is also important because it's like, I feel like it shows that you respect. Like if you end a relationship before you hate each other, I feel like that's good and mature because then you're not allowing resentment to build and grow. You know? I don't know. It can get complicated. We just don't really know why. Hold on, let me see. Does bother you. You told your partner you were going to confront her, but he asked you to do it when she does the thing again. You're itching to confront her already, but you want to respect your partner's request? You're so torn. You also noticed you removed your partner from a close friends list on Insta. It was so weird. You should call him this term because he's got Spanish blood. Most of us are Filipinos. I know she invalidates whatever he says. It makes you feel angry. I see. Well, I feel like I would probably like let your partner know. I mean, like, if you want to respect your partner's request, that's up to you. But I personally feel like if it does upset you and you do feel angry, and you know, I feel like it sounds like you've sat with this for a while. As much as you want to respect your partner's request, I feel like if it is something that genuinely bothers you, I feel like it's completely within your right because it is your relationship with your friend. And it is something that you've noticed and was, you know, brought to your attention and everything. I do feel like it is very valid to bring it up with your friend. I think it's important to approach the situation very much like I noticed, you know, like an observation of like, oh, I noticed that you do this, and then explain like, it makes me feel like upset, it makes me feel angry. And my request is that you don't do this anymore, or like if you could instead just, or it sounds like a lot of like things that she just kind of like needs to stop. So I would just say like, I would like it if you could like respect my relationship, respect my partner. My partner means a lot to me, and I feel like if you really do care about me, you will care about the people that I care about, or at least be able to treat them with a degree of respect. You don't have to like them, but I need you to respect them. I think is a perfectly valid thing to ask of someone. And if your friend can't deal with that, then I feel like that behavior just kind of shows you that, you know, if they're going to be disrespectful to someone who's important to you, I don't think that they're a very good friend. And I feel like by being that way, they're basically prioritizing their emotional attraction towards you over your own feelings, and you don't want to have someone like that in your life. It's hard because it's like, you know, you might enjoy this friend, you might want to continue being friends with them, but in the long run, it isn't good to be friends with someone who's going to prioritize their wants over respecting people, you know? Sorry if you could hear my background. It's important to be, you know, and things like that, like in terms of like relationships, in friendships and romantic relationships, it's really sad when you have to say goodbye to people that just aren't. Like, you might have fun, you might have happy memories, but there's just like these small things that just aren't sustainable, like long term, that you have to say goodbye to. Really is unfortunate. We both would like to keep her as a friend because we think it might be because she's just going through some things or something. She just came from an 8-year relationship and we're there to comfort her. Okay. Yeah, maybe with that context, I feel like maybe then, you know, just like I feel like it's important to like put your foot down and like and make that request of her, and then maybe see like if there's like anything else that maybe she needs help with. Like, it might just be that, like, maybe she's envious of the dynamic that you and your partner have, and maybe she wants that treatment, and maybe she's building, like, resentment towards, like, your partner because she wants the relationship, like, she wants to replace your partner and is building resentment to him, because that would be unfair. I think it's important to maybe tackle these things. Maybe it's something she doesn't realize too. It's hard to, like, bring these things up because you don't want to, like, assume, but it's, you know, these are important things, I think, to, like, think about, maybe consider. If you can have a conversation like this, like, not emotionally and just kind of, like, not trying to, you know, where both of you are, like, kind of cards are on the table and that you understand that you're just trying to understand each other better. Again, this is where, like, good, healthy relationships are, like, it's not like a you versus your friend. It's just that I want to continue being friends with you, but this makes me upset, and I want to make sure that we come away from this situation both feeling like we're on the same side and that people aren't hurt and that there's no misunderstandings, etc. I think the healthiest relationships approach these things when there's conflicts on them. So, let me see. Hello, Nike. Welcome in. You honestly feel better? I'm so glad, Joseph. Got a little laugh out of it, but you won't forget what happened. It's good that you feel better. And I also think it's important not to forget, too. I think forgive and forget is a goofy-ass term. I think it's really important to remember things people have done, personally. But yeah. Baker, to answer your question, my sign, I'm a Pisces sun. I'm a Leo moon. And I'm a Gemini rising. I'm trying to remember. Or Gemini ascendant. Once got dumped over text after trying to find the nice way of telling me they got bored of you. It always hurts, but it's always important to remember that you're better off without them if that's how they, like, value the relationship. You've always been the listener who's within reach and, like, never really discussed your issues much with your
Thank
SOs.
you.
Cheeks,
Steffa 44
hello!
Heart, Steffa 44 Shy, Steffa 44 Pat, Steffa 44 Sit,
Thank
Steffa
you
44 Blanky.
So much for resubscribing with your Prime for 17 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, Cheeks. Let me see. I think it's important because, like what Victor said, like, I feel like I was, like, often the listener in relationships, like, offering advice, you know, trying to be the fixer, but it's really, really important, and it was a personal, huge failing for me, I know, to, like, not open up about my issues. Because if you don't open up your issues with your SO, you're not allowing your SO to be close to you. You're holding them at a distance while trying to be close with them, and it can't work that way. Let me see. You'd be really angry if anyone's disrespectful to your partner like that? Yeah. Let's talk about entitled friends. They're not friends. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Has anyone tried to pull the we've known you longer than they have card? I think, like, in high school I dealt with stuff like that, but yeah. You're both way nice to her. Yeah. After 7 years, she reached out to you saying that you should have tried to get her back. I feel like that's, yeah, that sounds toxic. That sounds like a sense of, like, entitlement.
Thank you.
Broken Revolver? I know that name. Hello! Welcome in! Good to see you here, Kevin. Do you want me to call you Kevin? I know, Kevin's here! Let me see. Forgive and remember? Oh, yeah. That's the inspiration you got in their head. Read your minds. You're a Pisces sun, too? Emotional. Putting your foot down is something you should do at this point. You're going to talk to your partner when he wakes up? Yeah, we got you! It's important, Nolly. I feel like it's always better to take care of it sooner than later instead of, like, waiting for them to make the mistake again, because it's just, you're just waiting for an additional offense, and it's better to just confront it now instead of waiting for it to, like, happen again, because you don't know when it's gonna happen again. It's better to just, like, take care of it. Like, as soon as you realize that it's, like, an issue, to communicate instead of just letting things, like, simmer. I don't know, but yeah. Cancer Sun, Leo Moon, Aries Rising? Oh my god, Leo Moons! Pisces Sun, Virgo Moon, Scorpio Rising? Okay, not gonna lie, I'm not really into the whole astrology thing, but what's the difference between Sun, Moon, and Rising, and how are those determined? It has to do with your natal chart. So it's just kind of like you go to a website, you plug in what time you were born and where on the world, and it has to do with how the stars, the position of the stars at the time of your birth. But yeah. That's fine? Okay. Change your name to be... Everyone's just echoes of their dysfunctional relationship? Yeah. Placement of planet string your birth. You get some birth chart stuff from some site where you come to a location. Yeah, and supposedly these things determine aspects of yourself. Birth certificate stuff? Yeah, basically. I've been a catalyst. Oh. I'm proud of you. You do the work though. All I do is like I can shine, you know, I click on my flashlight, shine my light on some tools. But you guys take care of your own garden. I can hold up a mirror. But that's it. Basic terms, I like doing this for fun rather than anything else. Yeah. Gotta grab my birth certificate real quick. From what I understand, it's something you ought to be careful with since it can be used in less savory means. Sun is who you are. Moon is how you come off to others. Yeah, I forget. Rising something. All you remember is that you're an Aquarius. This is the one sign that most people know is their sun sign. Which is like, if you were born from January to February, you're this, etc. After breakup, you just accepted it. She wanted to test you. Ooh, testing is so bad. You should never be testing someone you're in a relationship with. Because testing, if you are testing your partner, that means you don't trust your partner. And relationships are built on trust. Moon is emotions. Sun is your general overview and personality. And rising is how you appear to others or your mask. Yeah, which is funny because I'm a Gemini rising. Shine together, yes. Testing is no. You have to trust your partner. If you don't trust your partner, it doesn't work. Trust is a foundation. Trust, honesty, communication, safety. I will plug one of my favorite books about relationships, which is, I have it over here, What Makes Love Last by John Gottman. It's on my bookshelf behind my monitor. But it's a really good book. I highly recommend it. Whether you're in a relationship or not, it is a really good examination of how communication works in relationships and just like relationships in general. I'm pretty sure I've talked about it before, but it's really good. I feel like I learned a lot about I feel like romantic relationships are the ultimate example of like the relationship ideal, and friendships are like facets of a romantic relationship, you know, because the basis of the basis of friendships is just being connected with the people, feeling safe, feeling cared for. It's just more amplified when you have a romantic partner. IMO. But yeah. Relationships, trust. How are you gonna have a relationship with no trust? Exactly. It's very important. Sun is a Libra, Moon is an Aquarius, Rising's Aquarius. Sometimes you do have both. Very nice. Look, honestly, if you're not gonna trust your partner, what are you doing in a relationship? Well, it depends. Sometimes things come to light and you realize that like you don't trust your partner as much as you thought you did. But a lot of it too can depend on your capability of trusting people as well. You know, like if you have trust issues, I think it's important to work on those. I have really bad trust issues. It's really important to work on those and your capability of trusting other people. Check out the book. You don't read a lot, but you'll try. I mean, you can read it, or I'm pretty sure there's an audiobook. You can listen to it too if audiobooks are more your jam. Testing doesn't work since it ignores varying spectrum of values people have. Exactly. It's goofy. She's been yeeted over a year now. People say communication is the most important, but you feel comprehension is. Because we can talk all day, but if none of it's getting through, then it's just talking to a pretty wall. That too. I would agree with that. I would say that if you're communicating well, comprehension is happening. But for the most part, I mean, we agree to the same end. Is the communication has to be working. Like, both parties have to comprehend what each other's saying and are able to communicate with each other, like, reliably, you know? You're all air signs, you're an airbender. Hello, Ryan! We've progressed from talking about boundaries to just talking about, like, relationships in general. And talking about, like, astrology. You're a very pretty wall, JK. But, you know, I mean, like, for the most part, we're talking about, like, communication and stuff, too. But, yeah. So, communicating is, always very... in anything. Like, not just in romantic relationships and friendships. So it's very important. Hello, Nagy? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. You have a serious issue and you don't know how to go about it? If it is very serious, I do have these rules. Nobody here is a certified professional. If you need help, please seek it to the appropriate avenue. It's a very serious issue. No one here is a professional, so I don't know how much we can help. We can help to the best of our ability, but, you know. But yeah. Only so much that we can do. We're always trying our best. Leo, Sun, Libra Moon, Scorpio Rising, Sun Moon Rising. Nice. It's always fun to figure these things out. I wonder if we were to have like a chart in the Discord, what it would be like. To see what like most people in the Discord are. If people like astrology, stuff like that. It's also really fun because then on Twitter, when people make those like Sun, Moon, Rising things that you can share for like, I don't know, Sailor Moon or whatever, you can find yours really easily. But yeah, those are fun. More Scorpio Rising. Hello, Leo Sun. I feel like there's like a fair amount. But people's birthdays are just kind of generally clustered, I feel. Does go against that? Sorry. I hope you can find help in the appropriate avenue. I think it's a bit unfair to have your partner have 100% blind trust. Not everyone has the emotional luxury to afford that. The only difference is your moon is Aries. I mean, like, I wouldn't... But I feel like... blind trust, I feel like, is a bit of a complicated thing. Because I think... proper... Because you're never gonna know 100% about a person, so there's an aspect of trust that will always be blind. But I think in a relationship, you have an idea enough about another person to where you can comfortably say that you do like trust them. But trust is kind of like a complex thing because it's like trust in the sense of like you would trust that they like prioritize you, take care of you, etc. You know, like there's like a lot of components of trust as well. There can only be one. Oh my gosh. Gonna emotional dump. You like the Eternals? I barely know what that is. Hello, Jen Escobar. Welcome by. Oh my gosh. Violence in my chat.
Got a selection of good things on sale.
Thank you for the host, Jen Escobar. I appreciate it. What do you guys think about trust? I feel like I feel like it's kind of like there's a trust aspect, and then I feel like again, like the idea of like trust as an emotional luxury, I think it's important to understand as well and kind of like come to terms with the ability of trusting other people too. I think is like a personal thing that you have to like work on as well. Because I do feel like your capabilities of trust, like if you are incapable of like fully trusting other people emotionally, mentally due to things, I do think that that is like, that's something that has to be worked on, because then it's like, I feel like it complicates things like in relationships if you aren't able to like give trust. You've treated every new individual as a new experience, so you've gone in with full trust after getting to know them and getting into a relationship with them. Because it's like, I feel like trust is just such a necessary component, and I feel like because it sets the groundwork for so many things in a relationship that it's like, especially if it's like someone that's going to become like a significant other or is your significant other or something, I think it's really important because it's like, if you can't trust them, like it's just such a key, it's required. Yeah, it's like I feel like it would be like unhealthy, you know, like I feel like it would become toxic because it's like, because I think you can have, because if you think of it like in a friendship, if you don't have trust like in a friendship, I feel like if you don't trust them 100%, either, I feel like then you're probably not that close to them either. You know, like if you think about like friendships, and if you don't trust a friend 100%, you're probably not super close to that friend, but with friends that you're close to, you probably trust them 100%. But if you're in a relationship, you don't trust them 100%. You know, if you apply that same logic, it's like you're probably not close to the person you're supposed to be close to. Gotta have trust in a relationship. You think that trust as an aspect must be earned within a relationship, and depending on the depth must be mutual. However, you do believe that it can be withdrawn at any point and boundaries crossed must be earned again if the dynamic can support another opportunity to do so. I do agree with that. Like, it's kind of like finicky. It's definitely possible to lose. I feel like it's I know that I have trust issues, so I know that when trust is lost for me, it's really hard for me to like sort of like build it back. But again, that's why I'm like working on my trust issues, etc. But you know, trust can definitely be rebuilt, but I feel like it can be difficult. You think if you couldn't trust people, you'd really have to work on yourself so you don't hurt other people? Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of that too, because I think that's like, it's really, because I feel like relationships are very much like you have to be a team working together to solve issues. And I feel like if there's even a splinter of distrust in that scenario, I don't think I could comfortably work alongside with someone that I feel either distrusts me or I feel distrust towards them. You know, I feel like it just doesn't work in that dynamic. I feel like if you know, like I said, like I feel like relationships are kind of like the pinnacle of closeness, intimacy, vulnerability. And I feel like in order to achieve total intimacy, vulnerability, you have to have healthy trust. Only be one. Trust is important, but it shouldn't be taken for granted. Well, I mean, it is important. This all depends on the type of relationship, but at least between two people building or maintaining a rapport, it is a must. Got your trust broken before feels hella bad? Well, I mean, of course. But like between a sentient entity, like a business, it is mutual on a different level. And that's why I feel like it's a luxury. Not everyone has the same experiences and have high defenses as self-preservation. But I feel like describing trust as a luxury, because I feel like luxuries are kind of like, if you can afford it, it's like optional. But I feel like if you were to have a true, good and healthy, intimate relationship with someone, I feel like it's a necessity, not a luxury. And I feel like if, in order to have a fulfilling, healthy relationship with someone, you have to have that capability with that person. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You've been able to fully blindly trust your previous partners. That's one thing about yourself you see in a good eye. Greedy? Oh, it's a tuner joke. A very high self-preservation instinct, firstly and foremost. But I would think that also I couldn't possibly build a healthy relationship without being able to trust your partner. Yeah, like I feel like the key is like, you can have a relationship with people without trusting them, but I think you would be missing a very important component to it. And I think without being able to fully capably trust people, that's always going to be like missing, you know? And it's like, it's not like it could be busted forever. Like trust is, you know, all things in life and all aspects of people, things are malleable and are able to be better, you know, like improved, etc. And trust is always very centered around like communication too. So a lot of it depends on the quality of communication as well. With the right people/person, I think it's really necessary to have, even if it's something you solely build before being with them. Yeah, like it is like foundational work, but as well, like I feel like with general like people that like we meet in our lives and get to know, I feel like some relationships form, you know, like friendships form slower than others, but it is definitely like over time you build like trust with people, I think, because it's like the trust metric of like knowing that you can come to them and be safe with them in any capacity, whether it's like a friend or romantic partner. I do think that it's just like a necessary component of having the relationship, because mistrust, I think, can be really, mistrust I feel like is something that can really damage ideas of like safety. I can't trust you with the magic cards? Oh my god, I can't be with you. I'm not saying you can't trust your partner, I'm saying that throwing 100% blind trust is a bit naive. It's always good to have some skepticism. I mean, I feel
Thank
like,
you.
Chanticleer, thank you so much for the follow. I feel like I can understand skepticism. Like, I agree with that for the most part, but like for the beginning, when you're getting to know someone, I would agree with that. But I feel like if you're going to be in a committed relationship, I feel like it's necessary to have that 100% trust if you're committing yourself to someone. Or if you're like best friends with someone over the course of like 10 years, I feel like for the most part, you should be at like 99% trust. I'm pretty much like 99.99% trust like my best friend. For example, where it's like, I know that like she would never intentionally hurt me. If I need anything, I can turn to her. And I feel like our relationship is very like reciprocal. I feel like I have a very like nice, healthy platonic like love with her, for example. And I don't feel any like skepticism towards her personally. Speaking from my own experiences, I feel like I have a very like healthy and loving relationship where it's like, if there were any actions that she would commit that would hurt me in any way, I fully believe she would never intentionally hurt me. If she had to do something, you know, like that may hurt me, I know that she would never, like she would just like, I just trust that she would never hurt me, and that, you know, she has to do things for her own life, but like for them, you know, she will do what she has to, she will take care of herself, healthy, etc. But she would never aim to like hurt me, or hopefully hurt herself in that sort of sense. But God, I have standards. Big reason an ex and you split is because she despised you. I had a night once a week dedicated to playing Magic with your roommates. Oh my gosh. You don't hold anything against the person you see good things going with while trying to build something that will last. I don't want to come into the relationship with distrust already, and I'm someone with a ton of horrible relationships. Yeah, and emotional damage and trauma from others. Yeah, I feel like especially trust is something that I feel like is especially important to me, while being very difficult and complicated, because it's like, I know I have a lot of trust issues, etc., but it's just like, it feels less and less all the time, especially when you've gone through like a relationship emotional damage and trauma. I feel like it's the feelings of safety, I feel like, don't come as easily because you've experienced that intimate pain. By shouldn't be taken for granted, you just mean that you should still acknowledge that it's not and never really should be 100% blind trust and actively try to push the boundaries. Distrust and skeptic aren't the same concept. To her credit, she tried to play a few times, but it just didn't click. Oh, I see. Yeah, like, don't intentionally try to make your partner feel insecure or skeptical. Yeah. Used to trust previously, so that's what I was replying to. And they call them out for not trusting you. That's just cruel. Yeah, I feel like, well, I mean, like, hopefully no one's ever in a relationship where someone's trying to intentionally make them feel insecure or skeptical and then call them out for not trusting you. Because I feel like that's in line with, like, testing, where it's like you try to put them in that situation to, like, see. I don't know. I feel like that'd be messed up. I mean, hopefully no one does that. But yeah. Can we also talk about how relationships can change and to communicate the change? Like, for instance, my current relationship started mono, but about a year in we decided to open it up, and it wasn't for any bad reasoning. We just both had a set of moods and wants that had changed from the beginning, so we talked about it and had decided that was right. Yeah, totally. I feel like that's important too. Like, relationships are very fluid, ongoing things. And that's why trust and communication, 100%. I think communication, like, trust is a big foundation, but more so than trust, you can't have trust without communication. Communication is like the earth that you walk on. It is everything. Like, sometimes things change and grow in relationships, and they don't necessarily have to be a bad thing. And as long as you guys, like, respect each other and talk about them and understand, you know, like, then I think that's, like, perfectly good and healthy. Testing is bullshit. Yeah. Testing is just a huge sign of insecurity, and I feel like if it ever happens, it's important for it to stop in whatever capacity. If that means the relationship ends or anything, it's just not good. It's not healthy to be tested or to be the tester. It is, yeah. 100% Zan, there are no set rules for a relationship. It's only about what you and your partner are comfortable with. Yeah. Don't let anyone tell you that there are certain rules or you're doing things wrong. Yeah, I agree with that. Only you know your wants and needs, and it's up to you to communicate them with your partner or partners. Communication's important. You gotta go? Okay. Thank you for for stopping by, Nolly. I hope we were useful, and good luck with everything. I hope things go well. Yes. It's all good. In hindsight, the relationship wasn't very stable in all that aspects, so the breakup itself wasn't pretty, but now we're on good terms, so everything worked out in the end. Yeah, I think it's important, too, to also recognize that sometimes people work better as, like, friends than, like, a relationship material. Because, like, people, I think, can get along really well a lot of the time, but romantic relationships require a lot of, like, intimacy and vulnerability. That's just kind of, like, a step beyond, like, friends, because it's, like, at least in my eyes, the idea of, like, a relationship is, like, living life together, which obviously isn't for everyone. But I very much believe in, like, strong friendships, platonic friendships, etc. Like I mentioned, like, my best friend is, like I love her so much. She's very much, like, 100%, like, platonic, non-romantic, like, I love her to pieces. I would do anything for her, like, light of my life, platonic friend. And I feel like it's, I don't know. I personally feel like it's good and healthy to have friends like that. To have people that you trust that much. I'm very grateful for her. I am. Continuing to communicate and be transparent about needs is 100% the way to go, even if they change, more so if they do. 100%! I do think that's important. And I feel like it's in that vein of, like, where I feel that trust is very, like, necessary. Trust and how it relates to safety, I think, are very important. Kiss to homies! Most your exes have worked out better in a platonic relationship over a romantic one? Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Sometimes things are just better that way. And you're still, like, in each other's lives. I do believe that there are always gonna be, you know, like, if things fall apart, so other things fall together, sort of, like, dynamic. A friend of yours is really unhappy in his marriage. Oh no, and doesn't trust his wife? It's always so tragic. Being sure she's lying about everything and anything. That's where, like, that's, like, really bad, like, distrust. This is where things get, like, so, because then it's like, you doubt everything. Doubt everything. You have, it's like a very, like, you adopt this mindset of, like, you have to see it to believe it, like, you won't know. And then I can get into control, like, and he won't bring it up to her because he believes he will be gaslit. Oh no. And when in marriage counseling, the counselor would believe her. That is really sad. I feel like if you're going through being gaslit, that's super red flag, like, for sure. I think a breakup for sure would be best, but I think, like, situations like that, like marriage, always seems so tricky. And it doesn't sound like counseling is really working because it sounds like his needs and concerns aren't being addressed and validated. And I think emotional validation is super key because it ties into, like, the emotional vulnerability and intimacy and everything. Because in these relationships, you know, we're supposed to see the other person, understand them, comfort them, be there for them, support them, etc. And it doesn't feel like that's happening at all. You've been told this view is toxic and bad, but you see it as fully trusting, but you will let anyone do what they want because then you see how they truly feel about you, and then you know that when they are around you, you know it's because they want to, not because that's what they think you want. I mean, I don't think it's, like, necessarily toxic or bad if that's the way that you like to approach things. I can understand the reasoning behind that, because I feel like the way that we can, like I always say, is, like, you know, people's actions dictate, like, how they are. That's how they're able to show you who they are, is, like, how they behave. Excuse me. I feel like that's, like, really important. I do think, you know, like, linking back to the beginning of stream, like, boundaries and stuff is always important if they're doing things that make you uncomfortable. But I feel like also it's like, I think it's important to speak up if things make you feel uncomfortable, if you have, like, boundaries that you don't want to be crossed. And again, boundaries are, like, you let people know, like, I don't feel comfortable about XYZ happening. I would appreciate it if XYZ didn't happen in front of me. and just let you know if it does, I will remove myself from the situation. Is, I feel very, like, valid, and because it's like you're not telling people don't do X. I will not be your friend if you do X, because that's not a boundary. You're like holding the friendship hostage. It's like controlling. It's just like the purpose of a boundary is to let people know that you're uncomfortable with something and you'll just leave. Like, your action will be to leave if it happens, just to remove yourself from the situation. It doesn't mean that you're terminating the friendship or anything, but just letting them know. And then you can do whatever you want with the knowledge if they decide to violate the boundary even after informing you. Because then, for sure, it's like, you know, they're doing what they want, and whether it's choosing to respect your boundaries or not tells you about, you know, their personality. Because I've had a lot of issues with, like, friendship boundaries, where I'm like, oh, I'm uncomfortable around this person. I would appreciate, like one boundary I set was like, oh, I'm uncomfortable about seeing your stories on Instagram about this person, so I'm actually going to mute them. But if there's anything you want me to see, like, just let me know directly, just in case there's, like, anything you didn't want me to see, you know? And it's very much like, if people take that personally, like, I was just like, just show me directly if there's something you want me to see, or, like, tag me or something. And they, for some reason, are, like, weirdly uncomfortable with that, then it's more indicative of, like, them than you. I think that's, like, important. So I have so little friends? What do you mean? You don't take that personally? I feel like it's, like, important because it's, like, if you let people know, like, an action that you will take to or just remove yourself from the situation if a boundary is crossed, if someone takes that personally, it definitely says more about them than you. Because you're not holding them hostage, you're not holding them to, like, an ultimatum or anything like that, you know. It's just, like, it makes me uncomfortable, so I'm going to leave. Doesn't mean, like, because it's like, otherwise, like, if they keep doing it, it makes you uncomfortable. It's like, well, you told them it makes you uncomfortable. You shouldn't have to, like, you leaving doesn't impact everyone, but if they want you to stay while knowing it makes you uncomfortable, it's like, why? You know? Excuse me. I think having a lot of friends is great, though. Having a lot of friends is always fun. For me, I feel like, in the long run, things in my life so far, I prefer having people I can trust 100% with me, as much as possible. Or people I can trust very much most of the time. I feel like I've dealt with a lot, like, too much betrayal and backstabbing in my life, personally. I can't speak for other people. Maybe you feel the same way. To deal with anything other than that. You want people to be comfy around you? Like, bro, I'll listen to you, family, let's work things out. Like, I don't know. But not everyone works that way, and people will see things differently, you know? You see it as the opposite of manipulation because you let them do whatever they want and have zero input. Like, yeah, set your boundaries, but don't try and save them. Breaking the boundaries, just see how they treat you when they have free reign. I mean, like, I feel like... I would agree to a degree. I feel like it's important to speak up and let people know personally your boundaries if they happen to violate them, or if there's something that really upsets you. I feel like it's important to just, like, let people know. Because sometimes some people won't know that some things would be, like, upsetting, especially if they're, like, innocuous things of, like, hey, like, I have work at 6 in the morning, so please don't text me after 10. Is a perfectly valid, like, boundary. Like, don't text me after 10. And if someone just keeps texting you after 10, like, maybe it's like something happened, you happen to stay up late and you text them at like 11, and you keep doing this and they don't respond to you until like the morning or something, and you just kind of assume that it's like okay because I haven't told you anything otherwise, just because you're like, oh, okay, like, oh, like, but it's like a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. I feel like this is why communication can be like important, you know? You trust just gotta not be shy in expressing yourself. Yeah, I feel like knowing your circles is necessary for having a lot of friends. Like, y'all got your inner circles and outer circles of friends? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a different, like, gradation, too. Because there's always going to be like the inner circle of people you trust very much and other people that you consider friends that you do trust like moderately, but you don't like know as well that you're getting in the process of like knowing. People usually say you have like 5 like very, very close friends. Welcome back to the gym. You've been busy, Mike. That's why. This almost seems like testing. Like, in a sense, I can agree with that. Like, it almost kind of seems like testing. I feel like it's more fair to communicate and let people know your boundaries instead of, like, letting them violate boundaries they might not know about and then punish them for it, in a sense of being like, well, I can't be friends with you because you violated these boundaries, in a sense. But, like, I mean, like, I can also understand that it's kind of like, you feel like allowing them to express themselves freely shows you a truer sense of, like, who they are. But I think it's important to also, like, understand, I don't know, like, give that sort of, assumption of positive intent that they wouldn't want to hurt you purposefully, and, like, there might be some things that you're uncomfortable with or, like, don't want to happen that, you know. Because it's just, like, open feedback to, I don't know, with, like, maybe, you know, you struggle a lot with, like, people emotionally, like, dumping on you, and maybe if that happens so much, you're like, I have a lot of things that I'm dealing with, like, I'm not gonna be, like, very emotionally available for, like, these things, please don't talk to me, like, from this time, etc. Like, I don't know, it's just communication. I think it's very important. I'd rather not leave things up to chance. You like having a smaller friend group? You have a lot of trouble with feeling guilty for not giving people your time and attention, and the thinner you spread, the less you feel like yourself? Yeah, there's that too. Like, we're only capable of keeping up with, like, so many people at a time, too. Oh my god, you do have, like, 5 very, very close friends? How'd I know? Because it's, like, psychological fact. That's, like, pretty much, like, the average. You might have, like, 1 more or 1 less. But for the most part, most people have about 5 people they would consider their close friends. I don't know about y'all, but one of your friends is your therapist? Do you pay them? You're not setting up for failure, just telling them your boundaries? Okay, so long as you tell them your boundaries and let the friendship happen, I think that's perfectly valid. I feel like if you let them know, and I feel like, you know, you can be as gracious with, you know, if they happen to violate your boundaries, it is up to you to enforce how strict, you know, it can be. You know, it's like if you tell someone, like I said earlier, I don't know, like, please don't text me after 10, I'll be asleep. And, like, they text you a lot after 10, and if it's, like, too much, if it's, like, not really, like, that bothersome, you can just be like, hey, like I said, like, I'm not gonna respond after 10, but please don't text me after 10. Or, you know, you can try to, like, work towards some type of, like, oh, if you absolutely, like, need to text me, you can message me here, but I will not respond. It can obviously escalate, like, maybe if they're like, why aren't you, like, responding to me? And you're like, well, I told you I'm not responding after 10 or something. You know, it's like something like that. It'll depends. Again, if people choose to violate your boundaries in that sense, that tells you a lot about who they are as people and whether or not you should keep them in your life. Me wise beyond my years? You think so? Maybe. It's okay, you're starting out, that's all that matters? Yeah, like we were talking earlier, doing a little bit, like, even if you aren't able to get, like, a whole hour and a half, like, workout session and work all your muscles, going on a walk is still better than nothing. Steph the Wise, your band is sort of your therapist? There's like a name for that when you have, like, friends that kind of, like, act as therapists. Because, in actual, like, when I was, like, studying, like, psychology and stuff, a lot of people don't go to, like, therapy, and a lot of the time, sometimes you have very competent and good friends who are able to help you self-reflect, because that's what a therapist technically does, is help aid with, like, self-reflection, etc. I was actually talking to my best friend about how she feels like Instagram therapists are a little bit more helpful than actual therapists. Because Instagram therapists pose a lot of thought-provoking questions to help with self-reflection a little bit more than, like, the therapist that she'd experienced had. Which I thought was really interesting. I love thought-provoking questions, so I thought that was, like, a little odd. And I do, like, journal. I have, like, my future self journal that I do, and I have, like, another side journal that I do occasionally. I have, like, all my, like, appropriate rant spaces, and I have a lot of, like, friends and avenues, but I think it's really important to have a wide range of tools for processing things, including friends. I'm pondering my orb? Like the dude, I feel like I need, like, a hood. What was I doing? Was he doing this? Hi, Darren. Hello, Randall. What's up? You're 14 when your friend's a few months from being 15. You say she's your therapist. You tell her all her problems. Excuse me. I'm low on chalky milk, guys. Isolation weed is your therapy? You're gonna go to sleep now too? Talk it out if you can. Have a journal, maybe. I think that's called free healthcare. No, it's called having loving, healthy friends. You make sure to listen to your friends' problems too, Pedro. It's important that you contribute both ways. My house is legit. Oh my god, if this was my house, I'd be so happy. I could live in just like living room. I'd be so happy. Look at this place. It's beautiful. You do a great job at being non-biased and playing devil's advocate when it's needed. Writing's also good release and you find it difficult to tell someone directly what you're feeling. I agree with that. That's why I think journaling is really like important, because it forces you to put what you're feeling into actual words, like articulating them to describe them to someone else. That's why I like 100% advocate writing. She's such a more charge to you. Oh, that's funny. Just got home? Oh, no worries. Yeah, we were talking a lot about boundaries. We talked a little bit about relationships, communication. Now this is in my living room. You know, this is my green screen. So funny, Baker. But yeah, talking about all sorts of good stuff. Boundaries are important. You'll need to watch the VOD later. I recommend it. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to turn off Wombo Admin. You would like to vacation at a cabin at a mountain lodge? Wouldn't that be great? I would also love that. Yeah. You'd love to talk it out, but you have to sleep for work? Okay. No worries. Thank you for being here, Hale. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Yes, there's boundaries. Very important. Something you've been working on this year. I think it's so good. And it's good to work on them. And I think it's also important too. I don't think that I've explicitly said, but like boundaries are always like dynamic. They're never static. They can change depending on like your needs and things that you realize about yourself, etc. Like your boundaries are yours to set and to enforce. I think it's always good to like tell people if they, you know, if you need to set a boundary with people, I think it's always good to do that. But of course, that also comes with a lot of strings attached because hopefully you feel safe and secure enough with a person to establish those boundaries. Oh my gosh, right. Wombo stuff haunts your dreams. Western Washington is a great place for cabins. I would also love to afford to get away to cabin for a while. Maybe we just all like rent a cabin. Skiing and snowboarding? Maybe. Or I'll just go outside and play in the snow and then come back inside freezing my ass off and make some hot chocolate. A change of pace is always like good too, sometimes if things are too much the same. We are very routine bound creatures. Routines are good, but it's also good to change pace every so often. Same thing with boundaries. Boundaries grow. It's like a trellis that we can grow on. Sometimes we outgrow the trellis. That's fine too. Give me hot chocolate. I would make some for you if I could. I could make hot chocolate. I have packets. It's good with oat milk because then it's nice and thick. And I bought cinnamon so I could do it again. Cinnamon and nutmeg. You second Western Washington, Victor? I can imagine. It's nice and woodsy there. I do love the Pacific Northwest. It's very nice. Oh yeah, we also talked about like astrological signs and stuff. We talked about all sorts of things. But we always talk about like all sorts of things. But yeah, I do feel like boundaries are always a good topic with the holidays too. I mean, this is only our second ever Mental Health Monday, but boundaries are good and important. You nominate Canada? Lots of topics today. Oh yes, so many topics all the time. And we, you know, are always going in circles, circling back to things. But it's always good to talk about and hear other people's opinions and stuff. Thank you so much for being here, GD. I hope you feel rejuvenated and ready to tackle the day. Have a good day at work. Hello, Kev. Yes. Sorry. Proper cozy. I should scoot a little this way so you guys can see more of the fire. Fire's proper cozy. Thick, chunky milk? Not chalky milk. Chunky. You have to go lurk as well? Yeah, no worries. Do your thing. Thank you for being here. Hello, Anthony. You already feel so cozy? Yeah. I just imagine us like in a cabin, sitting around the fire, talking about our feelings. My favorite thing to do. Thank you for lurking, Riora. I appreciate it. How we doing, guys? How was work? Someone brought up like way earlier too that like boundaries between like work and home life. Mostly just work, I think. I brought up home life. But just like boundaries with work can be really hard. I think that's like especially true too. Because we brought up power dynamics. Because power dynamics are real rough. Hot cocoa with peppermint? That's like why I want like classic peppermints. So you can stir the hot chocolate with peppermint. It's peppermint hot chocolate. The best! Yeah, the girl you say is your therapist kind of presented her friend to us, and now her friend and you are dating. Oh. We haven't asked her to be a girlfriend since it's not in person. You're gonna ask her at your therapist, Keith. I see. Well, good luck! Yes, work boundaries. That's mainly what you've been working through. I think it's really important to have work boundaries. You met Claudia at work? Really? That's funny. Work boundaries is where a lot of like work-life balance things, I think, kind of come into play. One day we'll have that campfire feeling session. Yes. She knew who you were before she worked with you. Oh. Well, like work boundaries are like, you know, having people treat you a certain way, I think. And not carrying, you know, bringing work home is important too. Yeah. Work-life balance is just very key for like mental health. I think we talked a little bit about this like 2 weeks ago. That was the hard thing about working from home, is like separating your work time from your home time. Super duper important. I know that it can be hard. We talked about like people were saying that like some people will like get ready for work, get in their car, drive around the block, and then start working. And then when like work is over, they'll do the same thing to like come back home because they'll have that car routine, which I thought was interesting. That important distinction in your head. You can't have work taking over everything. You can totally see that working for some people, right? I can see how that works. But yeah. It's important to take care of yourself and assert the way the things that you'll stand for, like the things that are okay and things that are like not okay. Very important. Establishes a ritual of ending and starting work. You're all for it? Yeah, basically. I was like, that's pretty smart. It's good to have that. I'm trying to work my routines in of like working, because I finished sewing, so it's like I have to be working off my computer more, and it's like it's good to have those things that kind of like kickstart your brain into work mode. Another reason you love the post-work gym session? Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, physical activity is the best way to finish out the stress cycle, so need to get back into this. I feel like I need to get back into working out. It's something I've been meaning to do for over 2 years. But it's really good for working out stress. Feel clear-headed and refreshed. I feel like you get to work through like a lot of that work stress and then, you know, just relax at home. Your coworker said something good today. It was along the lines of choosing what you will tolerate from someone. Is like telling them how they're allowed to treat you. Feels like it relates to boundaries. I think so. Like, because it's important to let people know like the ways you'll tolerate them treating you, you know? People shouldn't be allowed to treat you however they want. People should treat you with the way that you feel comfortable with, you know? Take out them frustrations at the gym. Nothing like a good booty pump. Oh my gosh. Hello, girl with glasses? You have a question? Yes. How do I set boundaries for myself? I don't really know how to pose a question or issue. You recently started a public Instagram. Your friends super wanted you to. They said for you to show your pictures to the world, but you don't know. You started, was getting a little excited to tailor my feed, go for a certain aesthetic, but I don't know, it's really frustrating now. I kind of hate it. I have so many projects and haven't started them, just know how to set boundaries for myself, like how to not feel so down on yourself for not taking new photos. We're doing small video projects. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for feeling comfortable to ask. Girl with glasses. I mean, honestly, to me, it kind of sounds like, did you want to do those things? Because it sounded like your friends pushed for you to do these things, and you decided to do it because it was your friend's idea. So I guess, like, it's important to ask yourself more so, like, be more considerate of, like, asking yourself, like, if you want to do something, how do you feel about it? Do you really want to do it? And, like, not letting people push you into making these decisions. And then, like, when you do these things, like, what are your expectations, like, for it? Like, why, I would examine closer, like, why is it you feel down on yourself for not taking new photos or doing small video projects? Like, do you feel like you have to? Well, why, what is it about it that makes you feel like you have to? I feel like a lot of it is just kind of like figuring these things out about yourself and how and why you operate this way and your motivation for doing so. And then from that, maybe you could potentially establish a couple of boundaries for yourself if necessary. Like, if you notice certain things make you feel a certain way, I feel like you could set boundaries around that. You know, like if your friends are being too pushy, then maybe it's better to set a boundary with them where it's like, I need you guys to respect me when I say, you know, like that I'm thinking about something. I'd appreciate it if you'd give me more time and space to think about things instead of bringing it up so consecutively because I feel really pressured. I feel like that's like a valid boundary, depending on what it is. Or if, you know, like boundaries with yourself could just be like you need to not push yourself so hard or be so punishing towards yourself. You need to be kinder to yourself. It could just be that like the boundary is I will no longer, you know, mentally berate myself for not taking new photos. Could be like a boundary where it's like I will no longer tell myself like I will not like beat myself up or make myself feel like sad for not taking new photos. Like I will accept myself for not doing that. Can be like a sort of like self boundary for yourself. Post-day gym sessions. Do you remember those fondly? Releases and helped you forget the rest of the day. It was always nice and allowed you to relax a lot. My working out's the best. Always good to have those workout sessions. Like we were talking about the stress cycle. It's the best way to release stress. By working it out of your body physically. It's really smart. Like, what are your expectations for it and why do you feel like you have to? Yeah. Do you kind of want to start it? Okay. I think it's important to be like truthful with yourself in that way and just kind of like check in with yourself, like what you want from it and what you feel like you're not getting from it. I think are important to you to like understand where these emotions are coming from. Yeah, and just like, you know, for sure, like I will not beat myself up. I will, you know, approach myself in like a kinder, like light, like it's okay that I didn't do it today. There's nothing wrong with that. No one, you know, I'm not in trouble. I'm not upset or disappointed with myself. We didn't have time. We will try again another day. You know, just being kinder to yourself, I think is important too. But it's good to have like boundaries for how you'll treat yourself. Very much. Especially if you're prone to like beating yourself up, being self-deprecating, stuff like that. If you hype yourself a lot, it might seem stupid, but it's important. I do agree with that. I don't think that it's stupid at all. I think more people need to do it. I'm very much in the camp of I feel like society very much profits and prefers if people feel bad about themselves. You were belittled a lot growing up. You always felt smaller and insignificant compared to your dad. Never thought you'd be able to measure up. So now you're your own hype man. Feels good, man. That's good. That's why it's important. Because if you hype yourself up, no one can take that away from you. You know? With other people, not to be like distrustful of other people, but like with other people, you can't always rely on them to like validate you and hype you up. It's always good to be your own hype person. Because then you always have you. And that's good. And healthy, IMO, to have. Excuse me. On the last week of Christmas, your teacher gave to you... Oh, is that a song, Pedro? Phrase on our insecurities? Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of our insecurities, I feel, as well, can be perpetuated by the things that we say to ourselves, like, in our head. So I think it's good, because, like, when you are able to counteract that, like, negative, like, cycle in your own head, with something more positive, like hyping yourself up, I think that's a lot better. I definitely think that's a lot healthier. 'Cause it cuts like that negative sort of like not necessarily feedback, but the negative loop like in your head that you have. Or I feel like otherwise you would probably be like asking yourself questions, thinking these things about yourself. A lot of things tend to be our own like thought patterns that we put on ourselves that we tend to like internalize too. So like coping mechanisms. And a lot of like what growth is replacing these habits in ways that we're used to like talking about ourselves. So always good to do that. Cut that negative loop in your head and figure out what you want from it. Yeah. I think a lot of people, I feel like to avoid pain, people tend to adopt negative feedback loops inside their own head. Because if you criticize yourself before anyone else, if anyone tries to say anything negatively about you, you've already heard it all inside your head. That's how I see it. So it's like, how could they hurt you? It's like a defense mechanism. But it ultimately hurts you in the end. Unfortunately. So, it's always better to hype yourself up. And understand that where people come from is a reflection of them and not you. And hopefully there aren't people that try to tear you down in life anyways. Always boundaries. How we doing, everyone? Comfy, cozy, tired? My microphone isn't picking up the living room. I think they're playing Catan there. Cold? Your living room is cold? Hello, Infernal. Get warm. Getting hungry. Really enjoying this stream? I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I usually eat dinner when stream's over. I think I might have to cook something, but I don't know if I have the energy for it, so I might, let's make a soup or something. How's Steph doing? Yeah. Soon we'll be hungry. Contemplating a dinner option. But yeah. Your tummy is now full? What did you make? Oh, no worries, Infernal. No need to apologize. I'm never sure. Sometimes people like hop out for a second and come back in. But yeah. No, it's okay. You don't have to feed me. Hungry. Not hangry though, at least. Hi, Argo. I think I only have like snacks on there too. I have to turn on like actual meals. Cause I think I turned it off from, let me see. Video Game Awards? Just desserts? If you were a hungry and angry, you'd be hangy? Okay, here, I can edit it. Sushi rolls? Yeah, it's like all desserts. I'm putting the actual meals on here. There we go. They're all available again. Have to turn the switch off. Hungry too, and it's oddly cold in the kitchen area. When I exit my room, it's like cold because I think the heat from all my like electronics, and I have like all these like lights on and everything here, so time to bombard her with the desserts. I mean, I do love desserts, but it was leftover Jamaican curry chicken with rice and peas and a side salad. Damn, that sounds so yummy. I don't think I've ever had Jamaican curry chicken. A jealous sibling that would scare off a girl? Y'all like? No. I mean, I'm also like 27. I don't think my siblings would be that, I don't know, like they'd want to meddle in my life like that. I think they would respect my personhood. Hello, Cal. Why are you using Cal's joke? That was from like Dark Souls like a few weeks back. Still one of my favorite jokes. It's best when it's told. Fucking I'll meddle? No! Don't meddle in people's affairs. I think it's important to respect people's personhood, too. But there's only so much you can do. You know, I feel like it's like along the lines of like if you try to fix people. Oh, it's because you guys always say, "Suh, dude." Man, you be minding your business? That's the best. Like I always say, stay in your lane. You want troll on this type of stream? Not a little bit of Arco chaos. It's better to mind your business. It can be hard sometimes, but it's always better to stay in your lane. You won't want people just cutting into your lane, you know? Gonna go make some food and play some games? For sure! Enjoy, Brad Throne! Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy, enjoy. Sorry I'm trolling a little. Oh my gosh. I understand. It happened. This is a more serious stream though, so. I appreciate when you guys ask me for like help and insight, and if you feel like I'm helpful. But I also just like feeling helpful, so. That's how it would be. Was there anything else we wanted to talk about today? Thanks, Ryan! How do you guys deal with a friendly banter without stepping over boundaries? It depends. What do you mean? Can I have more context? Like, if people's friendly banter steps over boundaries, or like... Is there anything we can do to help you? Thanks for doing this for us! Oh my gosh. No, it's okay. You being here means like so much to me. That's all I want. Being here and engaging with me honestly just helps me a lot. Just chatting with me. It's the name of the category. Question. If you and your partner go without an argument or fight after 1 year, then is it a healthy relationship? Needs more context. IMO. Depends. Do you guys have disagreements? You can argue and have a healthy relationship. I think that you can also not argue and have like a healthy relationship in a sense. I feel like it's disagreements specifically. I feel like if you have 0 disagreements, that's kind of unusual. I feel like that's very rare, but I wouldn't necessarily be quick to say like you have to have an argument, you know? Like, I feel like there's gotta be things where you like don't see eye to eye, but I don't think that you like... It depends. I have a lot, this is actually something where it's like, cause like for me, I was like, because I was very big on never talking about my issues, I never really had like arguments and stuff in a lot of my relationships. And then I had an abusive relationship and I had reasoned a lot of our arguing as like, well, this is probably like a real like healthy relationship because we're actually having disagreements. But it depends. It always depends. It's an acquired talent with a group. Oh yeah. It's hard to give one size fit all answer, but most important things understanding boundaries, limitations of people within the context of discourse. Once you understand that, conversation becomes easier. Yeah. Banter can be healthy, it really depends. Yeah, a lot of it depends. People in the past used to say that there's no argument in a relationship and something's wrong. That was always wild to you. Yeah, like I feel like you shouldn't hold your relationship to any sort of standard. I feel like if you are both curating a positive, safe, healthy environment where you can reliably come to each other with concerns that you will work out together. Because like the thing is that like with the idea, because like you will have conflict where you like disagree, but you won't necessarily always be like arguing or like fighting, because that's like suggesting you're like butting heads, like you're against each other. But I feel like in the epitome of like a very good, healthy communicating friendship, relationship where you're working together, I don't think that you would necessarily feel like you are, you know, like I feel like you would work together to resolve conflict, but the conflict still exists, you know? No real contacts, haven't fought over anything, and not really disagree on a lot of things, so you're just curious? Yeah. Both parties good at communicating, there won't be arguing. You've been told that there isn't any disagreement or arguments, and someone is hiding something or someone is lying. I would disagree with that. I feel like comments like that tend to fester mistrust in relationships. Yeah, like Duo said, on both sides it can be healthy whether or not you argue, but the most important thing is just that you're open and communicative. Like, if you guys are open about things, you bring things up, you know, if you have any, like, comments, questions, concerns about your partner, if you're unsure about anything, you bring it up to them and you guys are able to, like, resolve, and you guys are always on the same page. I think that's healthy and great. Isn't that the ideal? Where you're not fighting? Arguing is normal, but isn't objectively healthy? Yeah, exactly. Like, there are bumps in the road that happen, but, like, you shouldn't be looking for them to happen, you know? You rarely argue with friends unless it's, like, jokingly arguing. Yeah, I don't think Haley and I have ever gotten into a fight, and we've known each other for 10 years. To piggyback off what Duo said, you've personally DM'd someone to tell them if you're going too far with the jokes just to tell you. I think it's always, going back on that, the banter topic, I think it's always good to double check, too. Thinking more so, how do you guys go about it with friends, people work, and how do you establish how much is okay or not okay? I think as long as you're always kind of, like, laughing, giggling, and making sure that it's, like, clear that it's, like, a joke. I think it's important to, like, communicate in that sense. Like, I always, like, try to, like, smile. You guys have heard me since I stream. Like, I have goofy voices and stuff like that. So I feel like it's clear when I'm kind of, like, jokey, but yeah, it depends too. And if, you know, if someone is very receptive to it, then I'm gonna be goofing off a lot more with someone who's a lot more receptive to me being goofy around them. Then if someone's more serious, then I'm not gonna feel like I can goof off with them. Exactly that. It's okay to have disagreements. However, arguments are not and should not be commonplace. Yeah, 100%. It's okay if they happen, of course, but don't normalize them in the context of a relationship's health. Yes, 100%. Less arguments, more playful debates. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have, like, you know, like, if you, like, in the Discord, if people are like, oh, waffles are better, or pancakes are better, you know, playful, it's not super serious, right, guys? Stuff like that, where it's like, you know, you playfully joke about these things. We're not actually having full-on fucking fights and wars in the Discord, where people are getting their feelings, you know, irrevocably hurt and are holding grudges. I don't know about that when it's serious, we're not. Oh my god, guys, I'm trying to make a point here. You know it's cringe? No, I actually don't think it's cringe. Do you guys think it's cringe? You always say, like, I'm JKing and stuff after jokes. I feel like it's always safe. I don't think that's cringe, and I think it is totally, like, fine to say that you're joking just to make things super clear. I don't think there's any harm in that. Command is a joke and not to be taken serious. Yeah. I think it's important not to be overly familiar with relative strangers. That too, like, I'll, like, joke around a little bit about, like, objective things, like, maybe things that are happening in, like, a situation, but I won't, like, make a joke regarding, like, another person, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, a situation. Blood will be shed? You're free American, you have the right to be wrong. Oh my god. Oh no! The hot dogs and tacos, the victory! Let it die, oh no. We're here with, like, crazy food takes on this stream. But anyways. Victor, I wonder! So pointed! Like, I'm trying to think. Like, when I would, like, joke with, like, coworkers. I don't know, like, if something goofy's going on at work, I'd rather, like, joke about, like, something going on at work that we're, like, dealing with, instead of being like, oh, haha, like, you might, I don't know, something. I also, like, some people, I think, are comfortable with, like, jokingly calling people, calling people names, for example. I never jokingly call people names unless I feel like I'm really close to them. Like, I would never gasp and call someone, you bitch, unless, like, I know that I'm friends with them and they understand that I would never seriously actually call them a bitch, you know? But if it's, like, a stranger or, like, you know, obviously I'm not gonna do something like that, you know, or, like, I wouldn't really, like, or if, like, I knew someone's, like, a really good worker and I feel like I've expressed to them that they're, like, a really good worker, then I feel like maybe I might make a joke that like, oh yeah, because you're a really awful coworker, like very exaggerated in that sense. But even then, it's like, I don't think I would even like do something like that. Like digs at people like that. It depends on the banter, but like stuff like that, I feel like there's safe things and unsafe things, and I always go towards the safe things. Oh, thank God you always say JK when you're joking, because you always do it. You can't help but feel like it goes off cringe. No, I feel like it's totally fine and super safe to do that. I feel like the equivalent of JK in Discord is Crim Evil. He pops up when people are messing around a lot, you know? I respect their privacy. When your friends made fun of you and said, wow, let the joke land first, man? What? No, you're fine, IMO. Your heart's still broken that day. I'm so sorry, Joseph. If I'm close to you, I'm giving you a funny, cute nickname? Really? You might be? Might be? So you calling me Stinky isn't a joke? Uh-oh. No one tell him. Being called a bitch hits different? I feel like you have to be really close to someone. Like, I would let my best friend call me a bitch because I know that, like, but again, like, I have a super platonic, like, love for her. She does stuff like that too, occasionally. Not very often, but it's just, I would imagine situations where that would happen. And I'm sure it'd be like, we'd probably be laughing over something. I feel like I've probably done that to my sister too. My sister doesn't swear though, but it's like, I'll only do it if we're already laughing about something or something. Only on Thursdays? See you Thursday then? Oh boy. When Steph calls you a bitch? Oh my God. I don't do it often. I just feel like it's mean to like call people derogatory terms like 9 times out of 10. So it's just like, again, I like to play it safe a lot of the time. You would 100% call someone out for spelling funky, but not in front of people. Definitely something that has to be established first and comes naturally. Yeah, I'm the type of person. Some people, I guess, don't really have those like boundaries. And people can have whatever reasoning they do for things like that. I feel like a lot of the time, I don't know. I imagine that if people make weird jokes or banter and stuff like that, it's because, and like they push those boundaries, they're testing the waters to find the people that they can get away with that stuff with. And those aren't really like my type of people. If you're trying to figure out like, if you're not focusing on the comfort of the people present and you're instead focusing on how much you can get away with, we have different priorities, you know? Or when someone says you should have used lol in your messages, but you've written a lot of them. LOL, JK, no trolling this kind of stuff. I mean, you can. It's fine. Your sister's a saint? I don't know how she does it, honestly. Oh wait, you're moving apartments? Good luck. I hope all goes well. It must be crazy. Be safe, have fun, keep us posted. I hope all is well with you. Like you saying beat me, Zaddy? Yeah. I mean, yeah, like when you go to your friends and you're like, I have no choice but to simp. Step on me, mommy. You know, like things like that. This is a banter with friends, but I'm not gonna say that to my fucking like coworker or someone I barely know. That's like weird and inappropriate. There's certain lines. And I feel like you would establish joking about these types of things. Like, you would test the waters of saying them about fictional characters with someone, you know? Or someone who's not in the party instead of directly saying that to someone else, for the most part. You know, like, you would just say those sorts of things. No trolling, rip my existence, oh my gosh. I've come to simp for Steph, what an era, yeah. Never go to Omegle, never. I mean, like, Omegle's never been my type of site anyway, but I know. Depends on how your sense of humor is too, I guess. Yeah, it's dependent on that. Some people just aren't receptive to it or don't think that's like funny. And I feel like that's a way of just kind of like testing the waters of, you know, figuring out someone's like humor too, is like if you are both like fangirling over a show and you're like, oh my God, I love this character. And you say, you know, all sorts of things jokingly, you know, to express your emotions, and the other person expresses their emotions as well. I feel like you get a good sense of like the type of person that they are and the things that they say. I feel like we've all been on the internet long enough to be like aware of those things. But yeah, I did. I did do that, Cyrus. You missed it? There's a whole song about it. You guys don't know the song? I don't think it's even available anywhere. You're like at anime cons? Listen, things are hard not to know what was okay to be said. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I feel like things are kind of complicated, because I feel like at anime cons, you feel more comfortable and more safe, but technically, the rules of like boundaries and respect, etc. should be just as present there as anywhere else, IMO. Need me to DM Merc and get it? I missed it too. You'll new into those DMs, please get it. Oh boy. Wait, you missed it too, Randall? For science reasons? Yeah, he made a song from the voice sample from it. He technically wants more voice samples from me to make more songs of it. This Christmas on stream, I mean, I will be streaming this holiday season on the 25th, which is not this upcoming Saturday, but next Saturday. I'll be doing my Hades subathon. Pretty sure I did, because I'm pretty sure I remember it. Oh my god. I was cosplaying as 2B, and I did it off screen because I was very shy. But I did make the sound. It was clipped at lightning speed, sent over to Merc, and then Merc made a song out of it and played it during one of his streams. Yes, Hades. So we'll see. Oh shit. I've been playing with my hair tight. I've never played Hades. I don't really know anything about it, so we'll see how far we can get with the subathon on Quizmas. But yeah. What else is going on in my life this week? Looking at my calendar. I will be opening cookie pre-orders soon this week. Haru cosplay? Hades is awesome! Yes, Hades. Very exciting. We'll probably have a lot of like fun conversations. I feel like the last time I did a subathon was Catherine on Valentine's Day. So it's been a long time. Zan! Here's a head map for you guys. And Catherine was a fun time because we talked a lot about relationships during the Catherine stream. It's a very fun subathon. Analyzing things that were going on. Yes, more cookies. You feel better? I'm glad. It's the closest. I could also offer like a hug. But yeah, the cookie flavors are going to be white chocolate chip peppermint and ginger snap. You guys would like me to send them out to you. I was thinking I'll probably adjust the prices if I keep the prices the same, but there just won't be prints. Or I might adjust them to be like the print versions for this certain amount of cookies, because the cost of shipping's gone up. So yeah, fun thing. Cookies and subathon were like on my list from like 2 weeks ago when the month started. Where I was like, I gotta figure out what we're doing then. So yeah, baking is great. Baking and cooking are so much fun. Fun ways to be creative. Ish. These flavors are so powerful. I'm really excited. I want like a gazillion of them, so I'm sure I'm gonna make like a lot for me and my household to destroy. I need to buy like a shit ton of peppermint. I need to get like the recipe that I was looking at is like peppermint oil too, so very pepperminty. Good night, Pedro. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Hopefully everyone's having a good time and learning things. You miss Snickerdoodle? Snickerdoodles are pretty rad. I know people really like Snickerdoodle and white chocolate chip macadamia. People really like too. Snickerdoodles are fucking delicious. Did we do Snickerdoodle for Valentine's Day? We can do Snickerdoodles again for Valentine's Day. You wanna do those for Valentine's Day? Did we do Red Velvet and Snickerdoodle for Valentine's Day? I could look these things up. Let me see. So I was wondering, what method would be healthy to set boundaries during grieving? I feel like you need more time for myself. At the same time, you don't feel rude or aggressive towards others. I think it's really important to set the boundaries for yourself, Darren. So I think important boundaries to set would be to just ask people for time, just to let other people know, like, hey, I'm going through a grieving period, so I will be more distant and I will be taking more time towards myself. Do not take this personally. Like, this isn't about you guys. I just need more time to myself to process my feelings. And I feel like as long as you put that on the table, I don't think that it's like rude or aggressive or anything like that. Because you're just letting people know that you're taking time for yourself. And just, you know, asking them to please respect your space as you have this period. That's it. And then people can either choose to or not. And, you know, that lets you know. But yeah. I'm down. Your snickerdoodles were so good. I heard Macadamia got summoned again. Snickerdoodles would bomb. Yeah, I usually had 2 options, so. Expect something soon. Chat hug would be a tattoo close-up, right? Yeah, you were thinking of doing that one, but you're unsure if it was okay. I think it's 100% okay, because the function of boundaries is just to let other people know, like, how we're doing, right? Like, boundaries are like, hey, usually it's like a plea, like, I need this, or I need this to not happen, and I will be doing this. Don't do this. You know, just letting people know. And then for the, like, I always say, like, for the most part, it's like, don't do this, or I will remove myself from the situations, what I tend to say. Or for the most part, you could just choose not to engage, too. Removing yourself, disengaging in any shape or way is a perfectly valid response when people violate your boundaries. Especially in times where you're grieving, I definitely think it's important to take the time that you need. Only you know what you need. You can't let other people, like, dictate your wants, needs. Only you know how you're doing emotionally. So make sure, you know, you stand up for yourself. Give yourself the time that you need. If people are disrespectful towards you, if you don't have the emotional, like, capacity to, like, chew them out either, you can always just, like, leave them on red, honestly. If you already gave people the heads up to give you your space, I feel like it's perfectly within your rights to, like, take your time in responding to them, because you have to prioritize you. It's important. Okay, let me look. Valentine's Day menu. Yeah, they were snickerdoodle and red velvet cookies dipped in white chocolate. I did not say... Oh, I said cookies and brownies in June. Wait, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, just kidding, I'm not gonna sneeze. Anytime, Darren, I'm happy to help. Would I consider a mini Spotify YouTube podcast? Nani? Typing of my mental health streams where I highlight questions and things that I address? I could. I feel like it might be a little bit difficult because then I would have to go through like approximately 5 hours of content to streamline. But if I didn't streamline it, I feel like that'd be easier. But I could do a podcast sort of thing, you know? Well, thanks. I do, you know, like you said, aside my VODs, it might be good to have as well. Maybe people will appreciate listening to these things. People do like podcasts. I'm not a big podcast person, so I'm not really familiar with the scene, but like we do in Accountability Buddies, but on another format. Live podcasts, an IRL thread. Podcasting a bit on stream. I mean, people like kind of do that. I mean, Critical Role transcribes their sessions into a podcast format, aka they turn into an MP3 and release it without the video as an alternative viewing option. So I could do that with this as well. I feel like the primary place that I would cut out is like when I BRB to feed first, so. But yeah. I am thankful for you to be here, Mike. I'm always really happy when people join the community and become like regulars on my stream. It's similar to like in Kena when you like find a little like sprite. Come with me on my journey. Let's journey together. I've been guests in a couple of podcasts, Joseph. I didn't do like podcast style things, I believe. I used to have a friend who we would do podcasts like weekly. She was in charge of it. But I was there often. I just love talking too, so there's that. But I've been a guest in a good handful of podcasts. I was meant to like compile a list. I feel like I might have a list somewhere. I don't really know. Yeah. I've always contemplated doing like podcasts and stuff like that. Streams are pretty similar. I feel like this is probably the closest to like something. And I opted to do these because it's like live podcasts I feel like are best because it's good having your guys' like feedback, hearing, you know, your thoughts and stuff. When people ask for advice. I love that. It's just like way more entertaining and I feel like it's more organic, and I feel like if I were to do it any other way it would feel kind of like preachy because I'd be like explaining my views, but I think it's better to have like a live discussion, you know? My tattoo goes with me so well. Thanks, and I go. I want to get more tattoos. I was thinking about how cool it'd be to have like a mini sleeve here. Well, sleeve. Yeah, who would become a regular here? Yeah, jeez. Can I be a secret character like St. Vincent Valentine? You can be anything you want. The stream is going on so long. 30 more minutes and I'm off. But yes, 5 hours a day. Green screen's so good. You keep forgetting the background is fake. Yeah, it's like I'm sitting at my office. Here in this lovely place where it is still daytime. And I have my nice fire. You like the live stream? Yeah, it just... There's something about like interacting with people that I think is so good. Did I bruise my forearm? My forearm has been hurting like crazy. Here. I'm trying to like see. Is this swollen? Sorry. I'm just like, Excuse me. Edgy anti-hero? I'm no hero. I think there's been a lot of like romanticization of the idea of like heroes and villains and stuff. I'm pro-human. Pro-flaws and imperfections. Pro-fucking up and trying to make ourselves be better. To be celebrated. Growth requires things dying and changing and flourishing. Always. Always. Pro character development. Character development doesn't end. And I feel like that's always important of all things, is always growth. Always things are always changing. Like nothing is ever like static and like done for good. Detroit pro-human. Quantic Dreams doing that new Star Wars game. Just throwing that out there. Someone's excited. No, we don't like David Cage though. Are we good? Is there anything else we wanted to talk about? Stram Star Warsa? I don't think they fired him. He's like their lead writer. Right? Like their dude. I know that Quantic Dream is like they're the studio doing it, but I don't know who's doing everything else. I'm not sure. He's still CEO. Pain. Stream Star Wars? It's funny. Are there any other topics we wanted to discuss, by the way? I don't want to force this to go on longer if we are feeling satisfied with our discussion. Time is an illusion. Star Wars is your favorite space opera? I'm gonna stream Star Wars one of these days in Discord. I don't know when, but one of these days it's gonna be our movies. Pretty sure in January we're gonna go into watching the Evangelion movies. This has been like 3 months. It's August? No, September's when we watched like Evangelion, so. There's October, November, December. Last topic! Oh my god, Duo. We don't have to talk about that. No, it's okay. You're too kind. I am a normal human being. Thank you, gracious, for being here. Try to sound like Jar Jar, I'm dead. You know, this is very off topic, but the something that makes me sad all the time is that Jar Jar not being a Sith Lord is like the biggest letdown to me. Maybe I'm pretty rad? He thinks. You'll entertain this last topic. It's one of those unspoken facts. Oh my god. Text topics keep stream going. Says will hot dog considered a taco? Fuck, she meant mental topics. San! A 24-hour stream. You guys are too kind. No, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys being here and talking about these things with me. I greatly enjoy these conversations. It's disheartening. Jar Jar deserves Sith treatment. I could do this all day, Captain America. Oh my god. It was such a missed opportunity. Fan theories are just like always gonna be better, I guess. No, he was not. Oh my god. It would have been the best heel turn. Alas. I just wanted to drop, if I could, where is it? Mental Health Monday VODs in case you missed the beginning portion of this stream or wanted to see last week's stream. Here's the collection link. Nice environment for solid mods in chat too. It's thanks to you guys that we are able to have this. There's the VOD of the first Mental Health Monday, and this one will be joining that collection eventually. But yeah. My mental health streams are very relaxing, cozy. That is the environment that I really want to curate, so I'm happy to hear that. That's the point with like that. Fire crackling and some lo-fi music. Simulating, I guess, what I imagine like therapy offices would be like and opening the floor for us all. I love you guys. Thank you for being who you are and joining me in these conversations. I appreciate it. Still never saw that one joke in Gen Chat? Wait, which joke? Wait, really? Wait, was Reddit convinced that Kylo Ren was gonna be Jar Jar? You have not much out of these streams, but you love listening? And that's totally fine. You are still participating in these streams if you're here to listen. And I appreciate you being here. Oh, what my sister said? Oh my god. It's because... What did she say? Boba Fett? Because Boba is related to, like, Bob. So I'm pretty sure that's where Robert came from, because Bob is a nickname from Robert. And fettuccine just because fett is, like, a shortened version. So it's like it's like the memes were people's full names, but Boba Fett's full name would have been Robert Fettuccine. It's like the joke, which I was like, oh. But yeah. It's a very, I was like, oh. Well, now everyone else has to hear this joke, so. But yeah, that was the joke. There are better Star Wars jokes. I don't know. It was alright. Yeah, well, I put that there because I was like, no one's reacting to it. But yeah. Alright. There it is. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much to everyone for coming here and hanging out with me. Whether you commented in chat a lot, a little, or were just lurking. Either way, I appreciate that you were here. Thank you so much for coming on by, spending time with me. Yeah, so this week's schedule, which you'll see if you haven't seen already on Twitter or in the Discord, it'll be my own screen. It's your first time here. Hi, hello, my name's Steph. I'm a variety streamer. We're doing Danganronpa tomorrow. Wednesday's Yakuza Kiwami 2, which I believe we're wrapping up the game, and we're gonna be starting Dad of Sun, God of War. The first one, I have to make sure that I have access to it. Then Thursday's more Hollow Knight. And then Friday is a Bloodborne day. And then I'll be staying up a little bit later because Phil and Pointy asked me to play Halo Infinite with them. And they're not free until like after I'm done usually streaming at like 8:30. So we'll be playing Bloodborne. Yes, thank you guys for being here. Hello, Spagnarok! No worries. Always happy to help in any way that I can. I appreciate it. I can't do what I do without you guys, so thank you for being here, for spending time with me, and I'll catch you guys again next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Mwah! I'll see you in the next one. Bye!